Hello, good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of our journey through Sakai, the last decade. Respectfully, may I request you to move forward. Please move to my extreme right. All participants and audience move to my extreme right so we can have very direct contact. Yes, I'm standing over here, so this is my left. Are you okay with that? That's good. Except the panelist. So those behind, please move forward for me. So let's engage with the panelists and the moderators. Yes. My two ladies, please, you may need to move yourself. You still have to move, please. They are technical staff. Oh, okay. My two gentlemen behind, please, I'm waiting on you to move. Okay, so we would commence today's proceedings. First, we want to give credit to those who have supported us and made it possible for us to be here since yesterday and continuing today. First, our host, the Department of Economics, University of Ghana, the College of Education. We also would want to recognize the Office of the Pro Vice Chancellor, ASA. We want to recognize the School of Law, University of Ghana. We also want to recognize the Business School, University of Ghana Business School. Then, of course, the press, the University Press. We also give credit to Gainford Academy. And finally, the last but not the least, we recognize the Center for Teaching and Learning Innovations, University of Ghana, and the Information Technology Directorate, who have been our key sponsors for the 10th anniversary journey of the Sakai. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this morning our business is very simple. We had a very engaging, very insightful sessions yesterday. We've been given the historical background of the Sakai journey since its inception, and then we had also listened to the father of Sakai of the University of Ghana, how the evolution of the learning management system came into being and how it has contributed and advanced the learning and teaching here at the University of Ghana. Thank you for your contribution and support as of yesterday, and we expect that you will give us the same support for today for us to have a very smooth sailing to conclude this first edition of the Sakai experience. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my greatest pleasure to introduce to you, even though they don't need any introduction, the father of Sakai, University of Ghana, Professor Yao Ohiniba Sechi, who is a founding dean of the School of Continuing and Distance Education and the vision bearer of the Sakai project here at University of Ghana, as one of the moderators. He would be supported, so please give him a hand whilst he moved to his seat. Thank you. Then we also have a very extreme distinguished lady, in the name of Dr. Linda Cedi, who is the coordinator for the Accra Learning Center, who will co-moderate this session. Ladies and gentlemen, very welcome. On this note, I would hand over the mic to the moderators to invite to their seats the panelists who would do a brief introduction of themselves. Thank you very much and enjoy this section. Good morning.
Thank you so much. Is it working?
The names of the panelists.
Hello? It's working? Okay. Thank you so much for the introduction, Dr. Dute. So we'll invite the panel members. We have Dr. Muna Sushi. Let's give her a welcome applause. Thank you, Doc. Please have a seat here. We have Professor Champon Owusu. Thank you, Prof. And we have Mr. Francis Awuyepobi. Let's give it up for him. And then we have Miss Sharifa Shaban. Thank you. So let me give you a little introduction before they will introduce themselves. Ms. Sharifa Shaban is representing the students. Mr. Francis Awuyepobi is a Sakai administrator. And Professor Owusu Achampon is a faculty member. Oh, rather, sorry. Achampon Owusu, my apologies. Professor Achampon Owusu is a faculty member. And then we have Dr. Muna Sunish, also a faculty member. So I would hand over to my dean to give us an introductory remarks before we start with our questions. So maybe let me start with our preliminary questions. We have general questions, then we have questions for faculty, then we have questions for students, and then questions for Sakai administrator. So before we start, we would like our panel to self-introduce themselves briefly. Dr. Mona. It's on.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Dean and panelists and the audience. I'm Dr. Mona Sunish. I'm the school's exams officer of School of Biological Science. I'm a senior lecturer at the Department of Plant and Environmental Biology. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's welcome her.
Let's welcome her with an applause, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Professor Champon Owusu, and I'm Associate Professor of Information Systems at the Department of Operations and Management Information Systems Business School. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Champon Owusu.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Francis Awuyepobi. I'm Head of Academic Computing Unit of the ITD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pobi. Please, can someone check the microphone for us?
Hello, good morning. Good morning to everyone.
Okay. It's better. It's better.
My name is Sharifa Shaban, and I'm a PhD candidate with the Department of Adult Education and Human Resource Studies. Thank you for the honor.
Let's welcome her with an applause also. Thank you so much, esteemed panel members. We will start with general questions, and then would ask our panel to answer. How did you know about the Sakai learning management system, and when did you start using it? So, Dr. Muna.
Okay. So I can just. So I came to know about Sakai learning management system through the university. I mean, the ITS, they used to send the email, and through that I came to know. I started the training when they had, I'm a bit more inclined to the technology. So as soon as the advert came on the training program, I enrolled in it. Of course, the first training program did not go very successfully with me because I was learning, but thoroughly I started during the COVID time. That training program I took very seriously, which was online, and I was very keen to learn about the technique, and I started after that training program.
Thank you. Now, Professor Champon.
Thank you very much. So, learning management systems, are not new to me. As far back as 2005, when I did my master's in UK Hall University, we were using SharePoint then. That's my department. But the entire university was using Blackboard at that time. So when I returned from my PhD, I was asking myself, why is it that the entire UG, there's no learning management system? But I was told that, there's a learning management system called Sakai, but it's like faculty were not, being forced to use it. It was like, if you like, use it or not. But what happened was during 2018-2019, that's where I attended a training, I think, at the then UGCS, and we were introduced to Sakai. But thank God, during the COVID time, COVID was bad, but the good side is where we are now. So that's where the university has to now institutionalize it and make sure every one of us, we must use, the tool. So that's how I go to, know Sakai. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Achampon Owusu. Yes, Mr. Kobi, please. Yeah.
Let me pass it over to her.
Okay, so during my first degree, I was a distance education student, and so I think when I was in level, I started in 2012. So when I was in level, on to level 300, that's I think 2014, thereabouts. I wanted to go for my modules at City Campus. And then when we got to City Campus, we were taking modules, that's the booklets for our lectures. And then I found out that those coming to level 100 were going to take tablets instead of modules. And we were so green with envy. We're like, why are they giving? Then someone told us that, apparently they were going to be introduced to a new learning management system which was going to help them. And so instead of the paper modules, they were going to use e-modules. Fair enough. And then 2017, I completed 2016. 2017, I decided to drag myself back to school. And then I came for lectures. The very first time I met Prof. Oheneba Sechi, he was going to teach us ADLT 605, if my memory serves me right. And then he asked us we were in the computer lab, so he asked us to put on the computers and then search for Sakai login. And that's where my journey to Sakai started. And the way Prof unpacked the introduction to the LMS itself, none of us in the class were scared or taken aback, because it was so slow and so easy. So much so that none of us were scared, or nobody was like, what's going on? And anytime we had a technological hitch, I think Mr. Mante was there to help us through it. And so that's my journey. Sorry for the long story.
Thank you. It's okay. Yeah, Mr. Kobi, you run it up for us, please.
Okay, so I would say sometime, I think 2012, 2013, thereabout. My boss, he's late now, Dr. Sumwa, came to me. I was then managing the library systems. Came to me and said, there is this Chinese phase 2 project, and he would want me to lead on an aspect of it which has to do with the implementation of the LMS. To do with the implementation of the LMS. And so I took up the responsibility to lead a team to implement the LMS. And well, at that time, there was no name put to the LMS. Later on, I did my own research, and together with some people, we thought we could deploy Moodle. And I was told to go and see Professor Ohinibasechi, because he has an idea of an LMS that we need to deploy. There I had Sakai for the first time, and led a team together with Longsight to deploy Sakai. And today here we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kobe. Now, our next question will be for faculty. So, Prof, you have extensive experience with the use of the LMS before you even came to the University of Ghana, from what you said. What has been your general experience with the use of Sakai? And from your perspective, how can Sakai be leveraged for teaching and learning purposes?
Okay, thank you.
It's on. I think, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for your question. So I'm somebody, who teaches from the undergraduate to the even PhD level. So every semester I have students from level 100 or 300. And then when it comes to the masters, at the business school, we have so many special programs. So we have the MBAs, we have the MScs, we have the MPhils, and then the PhDs. So all these levels. And currently, we are taking UGBS 102.
Okay.
City campus and main campus, when we combine them, we are talking about almost 4,000 students.
Oh.
Then I'm handling the same, course at the distance education. If you look at the numbers, they are around 1,500, 1,600, thereabout. So the question now is, so how can I, without a learning management system, handle, these things? So apart from, let's say, religiously, my Bible and the rest, when it comes to academic management, everything is about Sakai.
Yeah.
I don't joke with, the learning management system at all. So I'm somebody that, HOD is here. By the time they start, I'll tell them that if you do not put my lecture materials or resources on Sakai, I'm not teaching. And he has to force them because he knows me. As for this man, once he said this, if you have not done it, lectures are not beginning. And the reason is it has really made my life so simple and straightforward. We just finished the assessment only last, Sunday. And I told them I want to do online on-site. And they said because of logistics and blah, 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 they pleaded with me. I said, okay, we'll do online off-site.
Right.
But if any student report that there's this HS or whatever, I'm not going to listen. So they informed them. And then all of them, thank God, I monitored the system throughout the day. By 6 p.m. Sunday, everything done. Only 2 or 3 students send me email about this, that. I say, okay, I'll look at it. But here I am. So what I'm trying to say is, without the learning management system, somebody like me, things are going to be really tough. Because it's like every day there's a lecture for me.
Yeah.
The distance students are Saturday and Sunday. And then I have my Monday to, Friday. University is now, in a way, on recess. We are in revision week for exams. But my department, we are still having what we call access. And we are teaching. This evening I have a lecture. Tomorrow evening I have a lecture. Saturday I have 2 lectures. So it's like back to back. Every day there's something for us to do. So with that Sakai, I don't know how I'm going to manage myself. And to talk about how we are using it for, leveraging it for teaching and learning. Yes, what I do is I make sure all my lecture materials, the lecture slides, recommended tests, and everything is on Sakai. Besides, I have like almost 400 videos on YouTube. But because these are something about, when it comes to intellectual property, copyright, these are lecture materials, so I don't, monetize it. So I give the links to only my students. So the distance students, for instance, they set up the course site, and once they are done, I just put the videos for them. So at their convenience, 24/7, whether I'm teaching or not teaching, the students are there, they can play back the videos. And also sometimes I put some, questions in the discussion, too, for them to go there and then, work on them. If there are issues they don't understand and the rest, they pull the question and then we go and then we address them. So these are some of the ways that I'm leveraging on Sakai when it comes to teaching and learning. When it comes to the chat too, I don't have time because I'm dealing with several students and I can't go there and then chat with them one by one. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Dr. Sunish, you want to add on?
Yeah, thank you. So my story is also similar to Prof's story. You know, I handle large number of students, especially level 100. In our sciences, that is School of Biological Science, at level 100 we get approximately 1,500 students, and if Sakai is not there, management of those students will become really difficult, especially when it comes to the examination and sending the information on the course material and all those things. So yeah, I use a lot, starting from the first week, we introduce students that, we are going to use Sakai for their tests, for the resources and everything. So the information of Sakai on Sakai is being given to them during the first week of, when we meet them. Then we also have practical, because the numbers are large, we have used Sakai as a source, like a sort of flipped classroom. So what we do that we send them the videos, the procedures, whatever we are going to do in the practical ahead of time. We ask them to read those slides and prepare themselves. They are very simple procedures what we send, along with the pictures and everything. And when they come to the practical, we generally have a sort of discussion. Definitely we don't have to go into too much detail on the explanations, because the videos what are provided to them, they are self-explanatory. Then we have detailed this explanation, and then the demonstration of material. So the Sakai has made the practical as well very easy. As I said, we have practicals for level 100, with the live specimen. We are using Sakai to test or to take examination of the practicals as well. I have been using Sakai as, for practical. Definitely for theory we have the question answers, but for the practical as well, we actually use the practical approach. We don't ask theoretical questions. We use pictures. We ask them to label, the microscopic pictures of so suppose they are doing something in the lab with the microscope. The same thing, they use the screen of Sakai and give the examination. So yeah, Sakai is definitely very helpful. And without Sakai, it is very difficult for us to manage this large number. I also want to add that, in the biological science, level 100 is a common course for them. They get enrolled to specific programs from going to level 200. So we are using the Sakai also a medium to send them the links to choose their programs, because through Sakai, we are very sure that all information is being disseminated to them, and they also get emails and we are using, since so many years, we are using Sakai as a link for them to enroll on those programs. Thank you.
Yes, so we've heard from the faculty members. Now let's hear from our student, and then from there we'll let Mr. Sakai in case you didn't know his name, that's Mr. Sakai.
Please, sorry, I would have to add something. You know, I really have gathered a lot of information on operation of Sakai, use of Sakai, and I'll give the credit to Mr. Eko. He was my first teacher, you know, Mr. Kobe, Mr. Eko, and they really trained us very well, and we are right now in this position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Sorry, Prof, to interrupt.
That's okay. Yeah. I mean, audience, we want this to be as interactive as we can. It's not just for them, it's for all of us. And panelists, feel free to jump in, critique, and then let us make this more like we will normally do in a flipped classroom. Okay? So the idea is that we've already known Sakai. Now, let's interact. Okay? So, Sharifa, continue your story and let us know the challenges you face and how you overcame those challenges. And with your colleagues, because you are representing students here from undergraduate to master's, and now you're a PhD candidate. So we selected you for that wealth of experience you bring on board. So pour it all out for us. Yeah, put the microphone up.
Permit me to take you back a bit. So during undergrad, because I was a distance student, I had a lot of free time, and so I decided to enroll in computer classes at UGCS, where Alaji took us through Microsoft Office, the PowerPoint, Excel, and so on. And so I had a bit of digital skills before the MA program. And so when I came on, it was easy peasy for me to actually navigate the Sakai. But then I had colleagues in class, and someone would just go like, Sakai, I deal with excuse me, Adaya. Like, when you say, okay, should I put it on Sakai for you? No, you just send it to me. But as I told you, Prof did a very good job in unpacking what Sakai was for us. And so for most of us, there was no fear, because he would instruct you and then take you through the process. And he was patient enough to actually make sure that all of us were on the same table, like we were all moving together. And so it was, his classes were classes that we actually looked forward to, because I call it, you get it, whether you get it or not, you get it. Like, everyone has to do it before we move on. And so they were classes that we actually, for me, because I like tech stuff, I was always looking forward to it. And there was one skill Prof instilled in all of us, which was collaborative learning. And this helped us to kind of, we all wanted to move with each other. And so as and when someone had an issue, if Prof wasn't even there to step in, anyone else who would step in to help. And so I don't know if I've answered your question.
Well, so what about your other colleagues who were skeptical and scared? How did you manage to deal with them?
I believe for them,
especially the young adults who were looking for A or B or and you know.
Yes, so some of us were well, I wasn't a native, but I was actually, I liked what I was doing, and so I was able to be patient with myself. And for me personally, I would click any button, whatever happens, then I'm looking for an undo arrow so that I'll go back to where I was coming from. And so that was a clue I was giving my senior colleagues who were digital immigrants, because they didn't. The thing is that once you click something, it can change the face of everything on the screen, and they don't know where they are going next. And so I tell them, you just click on that button you want to click on, and make sure then once the screen confuses you, you are looking for an undo arrow to go back to where you're coming from, and then you can try again. And so so you just go back to where you were coming from, and then you try again. And sometimes too, I tell them, most of these buttons, they have a description. When you're patient enough to put your cursor on it, it will tell you what button it is, and then whether you want to or not, then you click or you leave. And so for them, it was a bit hectic in the beginning, but with the help of the instructor or the last prof, and then the rest of the students, because it was a collaborative class. So with the help of the whole class community, we're able to carry each other along.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So when we get to the interaction time, some of the students are here. We want to hear your experiences. Don't always talk about the positive, because behind every positive story, there are a number of hurdles that you have cleared before you get to the positive story. Okay. So, Mr. Sakai, tell us about all the major trips to the Sakai Global Conference, Miami, New York City, University of Cape Town, and all of that. And the frustrations involve how you wish that faculty members will listen to you, how you wish that administrators, university management will listen to you, and then pump some resources to make your work a little bit easier. Pour it all for us, so that going forward, this message will resonate with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. You do know the travels have been extensive and many. I can't recount all of them, but suffice to say, Sakai is a global community, and since we are part of it, yes, at the beginning of our journey, yes, we were new, and therefore it became imperative that we interact with others who were already using the platform and be able to benchmark whatever it is that we are doing against those existing institutions. So yes, myself, Prof.
Olivia.
Prof. Olivia, I think we did Miami with Prof. Olivia.
Patrick
Kuti,
was also
my
Miami
boss.
trip, yeah.
Yes. The University of Cape Town, that was more revealing, because then we were looking at deploying what we call the OpenCast Matterhorn. You know, learning management systems sit on 3 different legs, and one of those critical legs was a video management platform. And, you know, we decided that we're going to go open source with the video management platform. We thought of OpenCast Matterhorn, of course, with the help of Chris and co. But, well, as the discussion progresses, maybe if you have the time, I'll come to talk about how that failed, how we didn't deploy a video management system. And then luckily for us, we had what we call the Google, and then we had to, you know, show lecturers how they can upload or use the Google, the YouTube, to do their videos and then link it to their course site, which saved us a lot of money. But with the absence of that how do you call it, Google for Education accounts that we used to have now, what should be the alternative dealing with our videos? Those are issues that we can discuss. And I think the other key issue for me had to do with the way, you know, the e-learning. So yes, the uptakers were distance education, and therefore there was no problem. For the rest of the university, use it as you like, as Prof referred to. And so there was no central coordinating unit that was driving this thing. And so it became an IT or UGCS issue. And some of the things that I personally did was to see if we can train as many people who be training others. And we got a lot of people to train, Kolebu, main campus, and all the places to help. We believe if faculty is, they are okay with the tools, that's the only way they will use it. All right. We didn't want Sakai to become a repository for just lecture notes. How do we use it to achieve pedagogical objectives? And that is still a challenge. Listening to all the, the speakers yesterday, it's clear what is being happening. And it will create the impression as though a lot of training is not being done. All right. But we know. I recall during the early stages, you called for Sakai training. About 55 people will sign up. On the day of training, 20-something will show up. By lunchtime, you are left with about 7 or 8. All right. So what some schools did was to take people out of campus on a 3-day retreat. And co, I recall we went to Koforidua and other places. School of Public Health was at some hotel at Dodowa here and all the other places. That was where we got faculty to really get into Sakai. And just the following semester, a lot of them forget. But let me just say, through our engagement with academic affairs, we managed to get them to put linking of faculty to courses on the ITS as one of the very first items as part of the academic calendar. That was very key and critical because once HODs link lecturers to courses in the ITS, automatically they are linked to Sakai. All right? I don't want to bore you with the history 10 years ago, how we used to do it. It was manual. All right? Manual. I mean, people having to enroll students on courses manually and having transitioned to create the necessary APIs to do that job automatically was a huge relief for us. But the missing link, sometime 2 weeks into the middle of the semester, HODs have not yet linked lecturers to courses that they are supposed to teach on the ITS. And for that matter, they do not have access to the courses on Sakai. Those are issues that those of you who are appreciative of the platform needs to carry back to your department. I know the tenure for HODs is 3 years or 2 years. 3 years. Okay, so it makes the attrition rate quite high. Somebody, by the time they get used to linking lecturers to courses, they are off. They are yanked off as HODs. The new person comes, they struggle. You know, retrain. And Prof is here as part of the documents that we developed was to certify lecturers as
E-learning ambassadors.
Not just as certified Sakai users.
Yes.
All right, that they'll have beginner, intermediate, and advanced certification in the use of the platform. But we live in an environment where the plans are there, but it's always the budget. Oh, no, I mean, why? So I would, rather than the history is there, like Prof said, we'll write it and then it can be published. But where we sit, I think we should discuss how we can address some of these issues so that Sakai can stay. And like Prof said yesterday, there'll be celebration of 20 years of Sakai, 30 years of Sakai. For now, let me just end it here.
No, let's give him a hand.
Quick one.
Just a minute. So Francis and his team, we call him Mr. Sakai, and I think your team members are what? Sakai siblings, or what do you call it? So one of the ingredients of Sakai is to create the power for the community to localize what is on the ground. And I must say that regardless of the infrastructure limitations and the limited financial budget, the team has done very well. So let's give them a hand, the Sakai team. And I just want to pick up on two quick things here. I remember I am a participating panelist. I'm a participating facilitator. Okay. So anytime something like this comes, because when we were doing the manual things, a whole semester, a course cannot be linked to Sakai. Okay, and lecturers got frustrated. But one of the things they were able to, in fact, at the beginning, we were told that ITS and Sakai are incompatible, that they are not talking to each other. But they made sure that the two systems talked, and that's how we got that linkage done. So that was a big plus for us. And the other thing is the videos they created, introductory videos and all of that. You could hear Eko's voice in all those videos and things like that. Then, talking about the training, we had been doing this training right from the beginning. In fact, almost every training for every college, I have been part of it. They have been part of it. But what changed the narrative story was Sakai. So when Sakai came and the whole university was struggling, we had to move to Sakai. Well, I met with the team and said, well, this time around, we are going to do the training differently. So we are going to start the training. We are going to do a 3-month training for everybody. But we'll start with the tools for beginners. And then tools for intermediate will come next, and then tools for advanced. Okay. So we divided the training team into 3 groups. So if you believe that you have enough skills not to start from the beginning, you wait till when the intermediate things came up. And we designed assignments and practical activities for each of the levels, so that when you finish that level, then we can certify you for completing that level. And that was very successful. But what I hope we'll be able to do is to continue that, because we train over 300 or so who have been certified. But now some of them are hiding their certificates, under the rocks. Because once you're certified, then you come up and continue to let others also benefit from that training. So my recommendation would be, well, Madam Dean, you are here. We are speaking to you. So my recommendation would be for management to take the training seriously and then empower more and more people to be trained. Later on, I'll tell you about some latest information that may be coming to academic board soon, which will make it compulsory for everybody, even including post-retirement contracts, to show certification in Sakai training before you get promoted. Okay. Because
I was going there. I was coming to talk about that. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so to add to what Pobi said and what Prof is saying, yeah. So I'm an information systems expert, and my background started as a computer scientist. My degree was computer science, second degree computer science. By PhD, I moved to information systems. Then I realized, as a computer scientist, you develop systems without necessarily thinking about the end users. So we will sit and then do the coding and everything, thinking the people will accept the system. But you roll it out and you see that nobody is, minding you. And that's the way Sakai, implementation went. So if you come to the business school, for instance, where I am, I have been ICD coordinator and then the e-learning ambassador and all that. The perception was Sakai is difficult. And that's why a lot of faculty are adamant. So we have to let them know that no, Sakai is not. So when you explain to them and you show them things what Sakai can do, then they appreciate it. Because a lot of them are, have been exposed to Moodle, they have been exposed to SharePoint, they've been exposed to, Blackboard and all those kind. And that's what they want to see. But you do tell them that, Sakai even goes beyond what these, tools are. The tools that are in Blackboard and those things. Then they are surprised. For instance, you tell them that, okay, it's not only multiple choice questions that Sakai can do. You can even set essay questions and then put in your marking scheme and everything, and Sakai can assist in marking. Then they say, wow, all these things are there. So the perception about Sakai being difficult is what we have to now focus on. And just like Prof said, I was looking at it when I was going for my senior lectureship, associate professor and the rest. There's this area that they'll say you have to show your innovation in teaching and learning. And that one, now we have to, look at it from the perspective of what you've been using a learning management system to do. And if the university has now gone for Sakai, then that's why you should make sure that you are really, using the tool for your teaching and then learning. So I said I have so many videos. I have my own YouTube channel. If I want to monetize it now, I'll be, getting some small dollars. But because it's university intellectual property, I don't monetize. So all that I do is I just take the link and then I put it on Sakai and students do playback and the rest. So let's try and go that tangent. Then every faculty member will be forced to use Sakai.
Yeah, Prof.
Thank
you can monetize it and give the university its share. and those of us in the Sakai community will also get our small share.
Thank you.
Prof, you see, these things, like what Prof. Achampon is saying, there's a history to it. At the time we were rolling out Sakai, some of the key people at the business school who were supposed to assist opposed. They opposed it not because it was difficult, but because a key personality within that establishment had a grant, all right, where it was part of a consortium to deploy Moodle. That was just the reason we had the kind of resistance that we had from the business school. So,
just to make matters worse, when we were doing our training, he was also doing para training.
Right. All right. So it wasn't that Sakai was new to everybody in the university. It wasn't just to the business school alone. So that's just to put what you said in context. And.
You know, when initially the Sakai was rolled out, many of our lecturers, they thought about students, that our student community just do not come from the urban areas. There are so many students which are coming from far away where the internet connectivity, even they don't have mobile phones. So that was one of the reasons for many of the faculty not, adapting to the new technology. But now, the things have moved far. The students themselves, they like Sakai, examining on Sakai, looking their scores on Sakai. You remember initially we used to put the mark sheet on the notice board, but now they know that their marks are secure. Only they will see their own marks in the grade book. So now the things are moving forward, and even those, let me not use this term, but the old faculties which were not very thorough or not inclined to the technology, even they are adapting, because the Sakai is making their lives easy. Examining students with a large class. In sciences, we really do have large classes for some levels. So, sending them information, the marking, again, it has become a little bit easier, handling those large bundle of scripts. Everything is slowly getting curtailed. And they are also, in my department at least, they are all appreciating.
Yeah, Mona, talking about perception, see, it had long time been perceived that this LMS is for the humanities, and that as for the sciences, all what we want to do is face-to-face, regular, I see you, you see me, But that has changed. How can your experience infect the other scientists within the university who are still opposed and want to do everything face-to-face?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Opposed to Sakai or learning management system being too remote from what they do as scientists?
Okay. So let me talk about my department itself. You see, for the higher levels where the student have that maturity going from 300, I will even add some 200. So there we do take some online classes, but for level 100 I feel to start totally with the online thing. You know, when they come to the university, I feel they are very raw. They need to have that atmosphere of the university, coming here, enjoying the campus. So for me, level 100, of course, examining them is very much important because of the large numbers. But just starting from beginning, taking online classes, I don't vouch to that. From going to 300, we really do. The master students, they are very mature. They know the system, and to manage them is very simple on Sakai. And that is what my team members or my colleagues at my department, they are doing. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
To add on to what Prof just said, do you have faculty members in your department who are still not too comfortable using Sakai?
Not really, not really.
So now everybody's on board.
The most old person at my department, Professor Otingaboa, who is a part-timer, he is also using Sakai to examine student and, whatever, applications. For my department, it's not
I would say the later day since in the sciences, the Kolebu campus. So most of the training we were doing was on here, on this campus, main campus. So when a few of the Kolebu people came here for the training, and they knew and they were convinced that Sakai will help them do a lot, the provost and the deans decided that we do some of the training on Kolebu campus to make it more attractive for them. And for the online on-site examinations, I think Kolebu campus is leading now, if I'm not mistaken. So this is the way to go: continue training, and then in providing incentives for faculty members who excel in these areas. Okay, but Sharifa, we haven't heard from you for a while. From all of these perception issues.
I think when I was listening to the submissions, I realized that there's a reason why I said Prof unpacked Sakai for us. I think if he dumped it on us like, okay, go to Google and look for a site called and log on and go to your profile and do this and do that, it would have been so much on us, so much that we wouldn't have probably those of us who liked it wouldn't have liked it. And so I feel like the unpacking of the whole thing determines how the platform was accepted or for us, or the unpacking of whatever it is determines how it will be accepted by those who are the end users. And so I believe maybe next time those who facilitate the trainings should be able to do it in such a way that it's attractive and it's not too much at a go, but it's given to people one piece at a time. Yeah.
Thank you, Sharifa. So now we want to come to the audience. Okay, Prof.
Yeah, so I've talked about the good side of it, but you did not ask me about challenges. So you skip my challenges. You asked only the Sakai administrator. And you see, he knows me that I can really be troublesome sometimes. So the first challenge that I'm facing, and eventually everyone is facing, is to do with what we call scalability. So he understands scalability, better.
Can you unpack it a little for us?
Oh no, scalability is making the system scale to be able to accommodate more, and more users. So the problem that we do face is sometimes we are doing an IA and you realize it's online offsite, but as more and more of the students log in at the same time, then the system gets jammed.
Okay.
And it happened to me last, is it 2 years or 3 years, and a student insulted me.
Oh.
I don't want to use the words that he used.
Oh.
He used some funny Gmail account, and then I don't want to use it. Very unpalatable thing. We intentionally decided to take him on, but we said let it go. It's one of those things. And just last semester it occurred. So the students were doing UGBS 303 IA online offsite. And after that experience, that's why I was worrying that I'm not going to do any online offsite exams again with Sakai. I was on campus in my office and the system really messed up. It really messed up. Some students in 15 minutes to their 16 minutes, then it will cut them off. Even a professor called me. His ward was one of the students, and I told him, oh, okay, I'm in the office and I've seen it, so we are going to do it. So I sent email to them that anyone who had that issue should come. And I have to sit down with my TA, about 200 plus students. They come, I take their ID, go into the system, and then I check when they got one by one. And it was really messy. So what I did for them was I couldn't open the portal again. So I did pro rata. So if you reach, let's say, 15, question 15, and then a cut you off, then I will just divide and then give you your IA so that you go. Other than that, they were going to be worse off. I did it, and some of them even gained more than those who were able to complete, because you are answering 100 questions for 60 minutes. You can get 50 over 100, but somebody did only 50, and the person scored, let's say, 20. When I divide, that person is scoring more than, but I have no choice. I have to go by that route because of what Sakai did. So the long and short of it is, so Sakai boss, try and make the system scale. Because of that, the students do cheat a lot. You do online offsite exams, and then you have to open the portal sometimes for 12 hours, sometimes for 10 hours. Last Sunday I was monitoring after church. They intentionally wait when it's like 2 p.m. By the time most of them have done it and they have seen the question, then they will group and then they assist each other. So I compared the regular students who came to the labs to do it to the distance students, and I realized, wow, we are there. But I told them, they said they don't have the logistical support and the rest, so I have no choice. But I just finished their exams. This time around, it's about 1,500, multiple choice, fill in the blank, true or false, and everything. And I know they are going to cry because the final exam is going to be online, on-site. So when this one is cheap and they go there and that is tough because invigilators and then they are crying. So that's the first thing I would say, scalability, please. The next one is to do with, sometimes at the postgraduate level, you have set your assignment and you have linked it to, Turnitin. And I must, commend the university. The university has really done well. Let's clap for the management team. Because without Turnitin being integrated to Sakai, it was going to be very tough for us to check plagiarism. Students are really copying. So you enable it. And then the deadline is approaching. They go there and then Turnitin status non-operational. Then they start calling you and they start giving you trouble. So what do? Okay, submit without anything. And then whether they have copied 100%, 30%, whatever. Now look at my hair. This morning was telling me, I became professor and my face is changing. I said the stress is too much. Because he knew me to be very handsome young man. But now, so these are the two main challenges I will talk about. The university should really help us to make sure that the Turnitin license is always, there. And also scale the system for us. Once these two things are done, Sakai is the two, and I like it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kobe, Mr. Sakai, can you please respond?
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a difficult one. Yeah. This has to do with logistics and nothing else. Let me take his last point first, the Turnitin. See, the solution to that is in two phases. One, user management, as far as the university, what we call identity management, for us to limit our licenses to current students. as we speak, on our systems, all right, students who have actually left this university, we are not able to deal with them the way they ought to be dealt with. We don't have a credible identity management system, which will say a call has been admitted into level 100, he will finish by this date, and by that date, he's locked out of logging onto our systems. That is one. Two, our numbers, we are currently roughly about 75,000 students. We've been able to purchase license for 26,000 students. About 3 times the number, a third of the number. So what I do is every now and then I get alert that our licenses have, we've exhausted our licenses. So we have to go through a process to expire classes. And you expire the classes, it takes time. The Turn-It In is an external service that we've plugged in. We don't have control over it. We don't control what goes into that database. So once they tell you that I go to the dashboard and you've used 26,000 out of the 26,000, the only thing we can do is to go to lecturers who create assignment, and the end date is like a year from now. And one would have thought that, you know, at least if you're doing Turn-It-In, 2 weeks or a month of an end date should be enough. Yeah. Because you see, for as long as the end date is in the future, you are holding on to those licenses. So another decision that came, that we proposed to management of UGCS or ITD, was that, look, go tell management that if we can use policy to regulate how the Turn-It-In is used, maybe from level 300 and above. Because the level 100 classes, large, UGRC classes are about 7,000 to 8,000. Imagine if one of those courses enable Turn-It-In. What is going to happen? So please, like I keep saying, this is an opportunity for all of us to deliberate about some of these critical things, how we push it forward. It is not the responsibility of the administrator alone. I have supporting me only 2 people, Godfred Lumo and Ebenezer Aqua. These are the only 2 staff. If you take University of Ghana and you take Loyola University in the US, we all started using Sakai almost at the same time. The team that supports Sakai in that university are in excess of 50 people. All right? Here in the University of Ghana, it's basically those 2 gentlemen, with me doing the coordination from time to time. So this is beyond us, if I'll put it that way. All right? To talk about scaling. So we started, and like I said, the uptake was just the Sakai, the database, the application server, the file server were all installed on one server. Over time, we redesigned the architecture to move the file server separately, to do a database separately, and we are currently using as many as 8 application servers. Each application server, by rule of thumb, can handle about 400 people on, like, to be comfortable, right? So you multiply the 8 application servers by 4, it tells you we have a maximum capacity of 3,200. That is on paper, theoretical. But in practice, there are other intervening technologies like the load balancer we use. It's just a single machine that distributes the load. So if you log in, it says, okay, go to machine A. You log in, go to machine B. And the way the system works, if any of those app servers, all right, in the pool becomes a bit unstable, it affects the entire platform. So, yeah, Professor Edumeno, made mention of this yesterday, and I'd wanted to intervene and explain why we have. And see, let's be frank with ourselves. Yeah, I made this point that there is no single unit. I recall when we started Sakai, then there was the need for all the applications in this university. There is a process owner for it. You go to HR, the director of HR is the process owner for HR, even though it is being supported by the ITD. Take finance model, take the student information system. The director of academic affairs is responsible. Which particular unit in this university can we say is responsible for Sakai? Just the ITD. Now, since we deployed, we changed the architecture of Sakai to what I'm talking about, having the load balancer with the application servers, the database, and the file server. The university has not invested, all right, in a server until COVID, that the university bought us one server as a database server. We had to rely on Wakig or Wagbib. One of them, they had some very old servers they bought for whatever reason that they didn't use. We had to go beg them, take those servers and deploy. Look, it will take you, faculty, to make this plea to duty bearers to invest in the learning management platform if we are to make progress. Recently, a lot of you would, and I know it pained a lot of people, that we had to archive old Sakai and deploy a new one because we had exhausted the resources on those existing platforms. We couldn't go further. So we had to set up a new platform to handle this on the very old existing devices. Some of those devices, if I tell you their true state, some of you may stop using Sakai. We only hope and pray that the university will listen and will commit resources, and so that at least the issues we are all complaining about can be overcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. Let's give them a clap. Before we come to the audience, though, I'm not going to raise this issue because I am an outsider on post-retirement contract. But what Francis and Prof. and Doc have all talked about has some genesis. But that is the Old Testament. Now let's look at the New Testament. In the New Testament, see, the Old Testament, I'm linking this to the investments the government made through Chinese Phase 2. Chinese Phase 2 has been over for a long time. If the university wants to sustain this LMS, it means it has to do its own investment and figure it into its budget. Not that we go begging for servers, we go begging for tools, we go begging for extra hands. Because if that investment is not there, in the minds of some people, Scde is the owner of Sakai. And that is not the case. Because Sakai has now been the platform for the whole university. So the university has to have a different budget allocation for the upkeep of Sakai. Now, the other recommendation, and Franz and I had been on several committees and we've been writing, talking, and pushing. One of the recommendations which I will still go back to is the fact that there has to be an academic at the seat of IT Directorate who understands technology, who understands pedagogy, and who also understands all the technical nuances that goes on. So that IT Directorate doesn't become owner of Sakai, or Academic Affairs doesn't become owner of Sakai, but if you have somebody at that level who is in university management, who is part of the budget decision-making process, then some of these issues that we are describing here could be packaged into the Old Testament and then moving forward. So these are some of the recommendations that we hope university management will take serious, because whether we move away from Sakai or we continue Sakai, it doesn't matter. Whatever new learning management system or new tools that are coming in, if the university doesn't invest in them and renew the licenses and replace equipment, obsolete equipment, we are going nowhere. We'll come back to square one. Okay. Now, the university has invested in modernizing classrooms, creating comfort zones, hot zones, giving tablets to students. All of these can only become effective when there's an effective and functional learning management system that faculty and students can use. So we shouldn't leave it to administrators like Sakai, Master here, who through Sakai has been getting a lot of bashes all around, but they've done their best within the limited constraints. So let's look at how the university management should be looking at Sakai with its own separate budget going forward. So that will be from the insider-outsider perspective that I'm sharing with us today.
Okay,
yes.
Can I?
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Muna.
Yes. By the way, we are running over time, but I'm told that the next session is being folded into our discussion here. So we have plenty of time for the audience. Yes.
Yes, sir. So, based on what you said, during the time of trainings, I was given the role of e-learning ambassador of my department. So I did my role, those people or those lecturers or professors who were not very keen on use of Sakai, I did my role of explaining them the pros of this learning management system, and somehow they adapted. So in that way, if you identify people or the lecturers who are keen in use of this management system at the departmental level, and if they also can help their own faculty in the, this will help whatever your vision is. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Another quick one. So can we leverage on cloud computing because you don't have the infrastructure?
So there are, Sakai is built on Java. Java has its own peculiar issues being a cloud native application. All right, and that is why we currently operate on standalone. The Chinese phase 2 came with its own local cloud, and that didn't really help us. Yeah, so the recommendation is to have physical servers for these Java applications like Sakai that we are running. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now take comments, questions from the floor. Prof. Dean wants to make. Okay,
Probably.
please introduce yourself first.
I'm Olivia Kwapong. So I want to give a quick kind of suggestion in response to the passionate, recommendation from our own Professor Founding Dean, Professor Hinibasechi. You don't reinvent the wheel, and then I think I like not creating isolated systems and how do you add on. And I think our ICT Directorate team is here. Now, as Pro Vice Chancellor, who will be coming again this afternoon, mentioned yesterday, the university is working on this, their own customized ITS, enterprise, ERP, the enterprise thing, you see. So I feel that, and Prof really said it, I think it's best if it will work for us to put this layer on that. In this day and era, naturally, you can't run a university without a learning management system and giving it due whatever, commitment and all resources and all of that. So now that the university is centralized, and with the last roadshow that happened, I think the university is really trying to bring everything on board so that it will be a one-stop shop for all these, like integrated whatever. I don't know your English, I'm adult education. So I feel that it is right and so to do I don't know how they are connecting to your LMS, but if they are not really connecting well, it is right for us to see how we carry that onto that system so that it will all be at one place. And therefore, then the benefit and the budget, I see the way the fever is on it from the investing management. There should be some resources, and there's more issues anyway. But then whatever it is, let's hope for the best. So when we all go to that central point, to that common marketplace with our LMS, I expect it to get some due attention. That may be an initial thought, but that's what comes to mind now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Please introduce yourself.
Kofi Sapon Menu, Computer Science Department. I understand why faculty will not want to use Sakai. One of the challenging factors of tools when you're using them is when you have set up and then it just shut down by itself and frustrates you. Just last weekend, we have put on 550 students in the evening because we believe a Sunday, worst case, faculty members may be deploying IAs or quizzes from morning. So by 7 p.m., a lot of downtime would have happened. So no traffic. At least we'll have a very smooth run for our new students who are coming up to join the university. 550 of them. 30 minutes into the exam, Sakai shut down. And we called and were told, the other 2,000 students are also writing exams, meaning 2,500 students sits on Sakai and it shuts down. So I understand by his explanation. If we are using just 800 by 8 servers, then I'm not sure University of Ghana is ready yet. We are not ready. We have not even started yet. So, Prof, you really jump too quick to even see you are adding this to promotion. We'll swallow you up, Prof. Because the university is not even ready yet. So if you tie some of these things, then you are going to kill everyone in the environment. People will not even use it anymore. Please, I believe that our ERP, as Prof, you are talking about, where are we going to host it? We don't have servers. So why are we even developing ERP? Have they not consulted you? Because I can't wrap my head around it if we don't have these things and we are even thinking of ERP. The question is that, we have shut down 2 things in this university. One of them was our Google accounts. We shut them down, not considering the amount of data we have kept on that system. We just shut it down. Everybody lost all our resources, all our data. The second Sakai also just went off.
It's on. Sometimes it comes, it goes.
So please.
So I do go there sometimes for something.
So you see, even on our own intranet, you try to access Sakai and you don't get it. So, maybe they have managed to bring it up. But until just quite few days ago, Osaka was not reachable. The question is that if we do not have that infrastructure, we should not think about progressing with Sakai, because people will be frustrated. They won't use the system. Imagine new students are coming, and Sakai just shut down on everybody. So we are now planning to think of another exam. But I believe we need to think about the game, because we are likely to face the same thing, hearing the amount of load the system can take. I believe that we have to do the right investment, as you have indicated. Yes, right investment must be done. And then we must make this a paper to the university management, if only they want these systems to work. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Prof, the secret to that one is like I do. So, 1,500 students, spread it 12 hours. Spread it 10 hours. I don't know the hours that you give them. If you do it 1 hour, then all the 500 will log in at the same time. Then that's where it will crash.
It was 45 minutes in 2 hours.
It will crash. So I open up that long period.
So 7 p.m., and if we have downtime, then there's a problem.
Prof, the trick to all of this, those of you handling large classes, group them and then let them take it in batches. All right? Then you manage the numbers that could potentially log on to the system at any point in time. You won't have this issue. So if you're teaching a class of even 500, you can do it maybe
manage groups. Manage groups too.
Yeah, group 1, group 2, maybe up to group 5, so 100 per group, and then they spread it and they take it. And you see, the danger, you were thinking that Sunday evening would be a very quiet time, all right, for you to run your IA. The same way somebody is also thinking, and that's why then over 2,500 people are writing IA at the same time. All right, so we know. They say when resources are limited, you become resourceful. Let us use the tools within the same Sakai to see how we can overcome our current challenges whilst we appeal to management to provide us with the resources that we need.
Yes, so something I want to add is that, see, the money tools is very effective if you know how to use it and for the groupings. But also, and this goes to the university, we should move away from one IA and one final exams and do continuous assessment with the many tools in Sakai that are available for faculty, so that all of us will not congregate in one place at one time, say we are doing IAs. If that system is put in place, it means every week something small, some assignment, some activity is being done, and then is being evaluated, so that in the end, even there may not be a need for final exams or little final exams, and then IAs may not be something. I don't even understand personally why 2 weeks to the end of exams, students are doing IAs. IAs are supposed to be mid-term, mid-semester, in the middle of the semester. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah. So we should be thinking about mini assignments, mini projects throughout the whole semester, so that students don't wait till one point in time and say, well, this week is IA week, these weeks are examination weeks, and then we all struggle with the system. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I am Inusa. I have the platform, please. Since University of Ghana is a subscriber to this Sakai, platform, is it possible that we could suggest to the owners of Sakai to, add a feature in the Sakai LMS, like we have Turnitin, to check abuses of AI? You see, I'm just thinking, because these days it's becoming so rampant and very difficult to, manage students' assignments.
I think the current Turnitin can handle AI issues. And yeah, I'll
the
give
system
to
you
you.
were experimenting, what happened?
So the current Turnitin has a feature that can do AI detection. I recall sending a message to the community, ask Turnitin to give us 2 weeks to try this, because I happen to be on a committee. Professor Ambosa, is that our committee? The AI?
No, it's our committee.
Is our committee. Yes, and there is a computer science lecturer, Professor Wiafi. He disagrees for us to use that tool to detect AI. And I think Professor Oyinbaseche agreed with him. So, say again. There are deficiencies, but in the absence of any other tool, that is the only thing we have. Who says there are no deficiencies with the current Turnitin we use? There are. All right? Exactly. The accuracy levels cannot be the same. So, when Turnitin first came up with that feature, they granted us access on a trial basis. It expired. Then faculty approached me and said, look, that was a feature we were using. Why did you take it off? Bring it back. I said, no, I didn't take it off. The owners took it off because they gave us time to try it. If we like it, we pay for it and use it. So if I didn't get anybody in the community using it, I have no business asking management to pay for a feature that is not being used. So then I said, okay, let me get in touch with Turnitin for them to open access for us again. And I sent message to the community. How many of us here read that message? And, to try this thing and give feedback. We did that, and again, it was only about 2 or 3 people who got back to us. So when things happen like this, it's difficult for us to do anything. And the university then set up a committee on the use of AI in the university. And the recommendations are that faculty should be trained on the use of the AI to be able to detect AI. So that is where we are. That is the recommendation that has been sent.
It is one of the recommendations.
Well, it's a key recommendation in that instance. But I think that the university should pay for the AI as part of Turnitin. That's my well.
All right, so I think a lot has been said about this, and particularly on the investment of infrastructure. I think it's important that we take that seriously. What I want
please introduce yourself.
My name is Echo. I'm at the UGITD. So as part of the investment, one of the things we should also look at investing in, it's in how to teach online. For a lot of the trainings we do as a Sakai or the training unit at UGITD, it's essentially to help faculty know how to use the tool. So to use the LMS. So the tools in the LMS, that's what we teach how to do. Some of us will go to the extent of saying possibly what you could do because of our background, but it's important that the Academic Quality Assurance Unit takes this teaching online model as a serious thing for faculty. The misconception is that once you teach face-to-face, you're able to teach online. So they move all the things that they do face-to-face online. And in most cases, it makes the courses uninteresting. So the students also do not engage as much as they need to engage. Because if you took those courses, you as a faculty member will know how to interact with your student, you know how to assess and use all the various tools that we introduce you to. So it's important that we look at investing in training on how to teach online also to the faculty. The other thing also is the academic integrity of the examinations we take. I mean, we do all of these. We ask faculty to have question pools because they have a number of students and have them randomized. But it turns out that you have 500, 600 students having to take just about 300 questions because the faculty thinks that they are tired of creating those questions. And over time, the questions they go out to the other student who will come and take it. We have a place here that takes just about 200 or so at a time. Why is the university not thinking about building a certain structure that accommodates a certain sitting capacity? Because we've moved on to doing this on-site examination. So why don't we have a structure for examination sort of? So you have 1,005 students, they go in, they take it, and everybody leaves, not taking it in turns. And by the time the fourth person or the fourth cohort goes in, they kind of have a sense of the examination they have. So these are things that really we need to take serious and then consider as we seek to push this agenda forward. Thank you.
Yeah, Echo, I agree with you in all what you said, but there are times that you realize it's also not from our part. Like I said, I teach at all levels. So the undergrads, I don't worry them that much. But you get a master's student who has paid not less than 12,000 plus for a master's program, a semester. You are in the class, the person will join late. You call the person you are interacting, they will not even, mind you, somebody will mute and then la pass. He's in a trotro, taking, the lectures. Our current HOD, this one, excuse my language, said everybody should, switch on his video if you want to speak. A guy switched on the video and the guy was lying on the bed naked. Oh! These are some of the things that we are experiencing. So it's not that some of us are really doing our part when it comes to engaging them as if we are in the same face-to-face kind of things. But some of our students are some way. And because of the internet connectivity challenges, we are not able to enforce them. Because somebody like me, if you ask Prof. Ponsa, I can be very strict.
Take one more question.
If I say come to class, you don't come, whether online or whatever, I'll deal with you. But there are times that you set the rules and you see that the person is having genuine internet connection problem. What can you do with such a? So there are issues around all that you said. Some of them we do our best, but others, there's nothing we can do about them. So we just let it be the way it is. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I also would like to add something. Sakai examinations. Some faculty think that the students don't take Sakai examination seriously. Seriously in the sense that if it is a written examination, if you are late, you have only the leftover time. But here in Sakai, we give longer time because we have internet connectivity issue and all those things. So even though student comes late, he is allowed the entire time. So these are some things which, set some faculty not use Sakai. Yeah. So we have to time, and the regulations should be very firm, similar to what we have for the sit-in examination. The timing, the time of the Sakai, like it should start appropriately, end appropriately, like how our other examination. And then we can maintain that integrity of also the Sakai examinations.
What I'm saying is that if the investments are coming in, they will consider the internet connectivity.
Yeah.
It's also something that we need
That
to
is true. That is true.
In terms of managing students, when we take the online courses, there are ways that they teach to manage these students, regardless of where they are. Online course and all
The microphone, please. Are you done?
Please be brief. We are
yeah.
All right. So the point I was making is that once the investments come in, the internet connectivity thing is taken into consideration. The online culture, when you take that course, there's a way you manage your online community, how to engage and to know that there's somebody who is seated and is participating, and there's another who is sitting and is not participating. So all of those investments would have to be considered. So when I talk of investment, it goes beyond just the structure. It goes beyond other things that we need to put in place to have that done. Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to emphasize that point. The total sitting capacity, UG, main campus here, is 550 computers. All right? So when we are when we are writing exams, UG, ITD, BAM library, and all the other smaller labs around campus, total sitting capacity, 550. That is a critical issue that must be addressed as far as the funding or this thing that ECHO is talking about. It can't continue that way.
Okay, I'm Atamaika Kwaju.
an MBA student of University of Ghana Business School. I actually appreciate Sakai, and we have had opportunity to do exams on it, and then had assignments on it. But I was looking at the Sakai unit helping me with a situation where an assignment and then the other stuffs that come, we can have a prompt on our phone, because most of the exams or assignments we do are time bound. So I want to plead, kindly look at that for us. Thank you.
Snack break.
All right.
So we are taking 2 more comments or questions, then we are done. Please.
Yeah, I just
Dr.
want to
Mona.
add a very important thing. I don't know. For me, it is very important. We should add a regulation, a strict regulation that Sakai should have picture of the student who is attempting the examination. You know, we have cases that, you know, without the pictures and, you know, there is no picture in the iCard or in the register. There are some flaws, you know what I'm talking about. So this will again maintain that integrity of the Sakai examination. It should be taken into a priority. Thank you.
Yeah, so quick one to add, address the MBA students thing. It's about maybe the faculty setting the exams. Anytime I set mine, it will alert you that exams is, due. So it depends on how it's set. Are you getting me? So it depends on how it's set. So in my case, I'll set it up and then it will alert you that examination is due. Sometimes you don't check your email or you don't even look at the announcement, and that's why you don't see. It's there.
Yeah. I think the problem for most students is activation of their email. Exactly. If you say you want prompt on your phone, via what? Is it your telephone number or your email? No. That feature, please, you try the email first, okay? Activate your email. If you are not getting the email, then we can look at the telephone number.
Please use the microphone. Gentlemen.
I'm looking at the situation where you sent the assignment. Is there that we have to set the phone in such a way that when the mails, the email from Sakai comes, it should alert you? Are we supposed to do that, or the department, the IT department should do that?
Yeah, it's about notifications on your phone. Yeah. If you enable notifications for Outlook to, notify you when a new mail arrives, that will happen. Okay. Yeah. All right. If you're having difficulty with that, you can approach the help desk at the ITD end. They will sort you out.
Okay, so my name is Godfred. Yes.
Godfred, please, we can't hear you properly. Okay.
My name is Godfred.
You are the last person.
Yes, so my boss has said a lot, and we've talked a lot about infrastructure. I also want to add that we should look at human resource investment as well. Mm-hmm. He mentioned that Loyola University has in excess of about 50, but here we are in the absence of additional staff. They should look at investing in those of us currently managing the system as well. So that is one aspect I would want to bring to your attention. Yeah.
Thank you, Godfred.
Okay. So we would like to take 30-second closing remarks from each of our panelists, and then as moderators we'll also give our closing remarks, and then we will be out of here for our snack break. Okay, so anybody who has the microphone should just about 30 minutes going forward. Your one big recommendation.
So in my case, the 2 issues that are raised regarding the scalability and also the Turnitin, these are the things that the university management should focus on and then invest heavily in it, as well as what Mr. Pobi talked about. We can't use just 8 servers with capacity of 800. That means maximum of 3,200 students. No, that's something that is highly unacceptable. So at least we should be able to expand it to not less than 20,000 students at a go. so that we know that, yes, we are really doing some business here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So according to me, definitely the servers. The other thing is the sitting capacity and also more education to the faculty, little bit amendment of the Sakai just to make everything go very smooth. Thank you.
So I believe on the part of students, I believe that we should all make conscious and active effort to ask questions as students. We don't just stick to our challenges on Sakai and just say Sakai is this or that. Sometimes that challenge is just a click away to be solved, and so please ask. Thank you.
Quick one. Fortunately, Professor Amposa is chairing the e-learning governance committee and been doing some work. I would plead that they are able to collate all these recommendations here and make it to Cedi management. Most importantly, the human, like Godfred said, capacity building for those behind. And lastly, about proctoring. We've tried to deploy proctoring as part of writing off-site online exam, to be able to be sure that it's our students that are. We've tried it 3 times. We've not been able to go through simply because of the cost involved in deploying that technology. So here again, it boils down to investment. Let's invest in this platform. There are a whole lot of things that has been done that we can always go back to make it better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Voices from the front line, faculty, students, administrators, sharing their experiences with Sakai. We all know that no machine is perfect and no human being is perfect. This is the system we have, and we've had it for over 20 years now, over 10 years now. We are hoping to continue with the transformation of our teaching and learning and research through digital technologies. New technologies may come in as we go along. Let's all be conscious of the fact that no system is going to be permanent. No investment will be big enough for any system. So as we go through the system, let's all adjust ourselves to the realities. And for my colleague faculty members, BRA is on its way coming, we are told. UTAG Vice President, can you confirm that BRA is almost here? You know, the book and research allowance. Let's invest some of that money in our own the digital training, buy new devices or new software applications or new AI tools, subscribe to them, so that we can also invest, so that the university's investment will be on top of what we are also able to invest. So, yes. So, Prof, BRA is coming. So I'm advising our colleagues, faculty members, to find some portion of BRA to invest in their training and in the subscribing to some of these tools and even buying new gadgets. So with that, we can hear more of your voices, and I'm sure that management will take our recommendations seriously and work with it. So I will let my co-MC wrap it up, and then we will get ready for the next break session. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for making this session a success. Let's give an applause to all our panel members and to ourselves. We've made this session I have learned a lot. Seriously, I have learned a lot from this session. I thought I knew Sakai, but no, I've learned new things from our esteemed panel members. So thank you all so much. So at this time, we'll go for a snack break. Okay. No, please, I'll leave it to Dr. Duche, please. Dr. Duche, please.
All right, so please, let's give it out to them. Let's give them a hand. Both the moderators and the panelists, they've done a yeoman's job this morning. Very grateful for your time. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to a close of this session. We're going to have a break, a snack break, and you'll be attended to when you step out of the hall. When we come back, we would announce the next session to be hosted over here. So just after snack break, please make your way back to this hall for the next session. We should do about 10 minutes. 10 minutes should be fine, and so we can continue. We continue to acknowledge our sponsors, Department of Economics, the School of Law, the Business School. We also acknowledge the College of Education, the Guilford Academy, the University Press, Business School, as I did mention, the Information Technology Directorate has been very supportive, and the Center for Teaching and Learning and Innovation. They have been our very key partners and sponsors on this journey of the 10th anniversary. Thank you very much. And so, snack break declared. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, honorable participants. You are most welcome to theme 4.
Hello, sir. Hello. Yeah, you have to speak from here. Okay. Yes, everything. Okay. Sorry.
Okay, because we are also online.
They are streaming everything.
Okay.
Concurrently.
All right.
All the presentation sessions.
Once again, I welcome you warmly to the Cedi Conference Center, University of Ghana, the premier university in the whole world. Yes, so I welcome you to theme 4, and for theme 4, we are dealing with accessibility, equity, and digital inclusion. Accessibility, equity, and digital inclusion. Because we do not want to squander our time and later cry for it, we will start with the presenter we have around. Later, when the others join, we will give them the opportunity to do their presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite Madam Esther Atiogbe to present to us on factors influencing perceptions of learning management system effectiveness in Ghanaian universities, a systematic review. I believe I got it right. Factors influencing perceptions of learning management systems effectiveness in Ghanaian universities, a systematic review. Without any further ado, shall we welcome her to give us her presentation. She will have... Okay. Thank you. I don't have the title here, and I don't want to commit myself, so... Sure, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chiogbe. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for...
Thank you very much, Prof, for the introduction. I should come.
In the course of this presentation, if the other presenters are around, please let me know. Thank you.
So whilst I wait for the PowerPoint, my name is Esther Atiogbe, as has been said, and I am with University of Professional Studies, Accra. So, good afternoon, everybody. So, I'm presenting the findings of a systematic review that I have conducted on the factors shaping how Ghanaian university students and faculty perceive the effectiveness of learning management systems in the Ghanaian higher education landscape. Since yesterday through today, we have realized that the adoption of LMSs has increased in Ghanaian higher education landscape. The research I have reviewed suggests that more than 80% of the universities have adopted LMS. And this reveals to us that LMSs have become vital for blended and online learning. And online learning. It's also improving access to educational materials for both students and faculty, and supportive, innovative teaching methods and learning methods as well. However, challenges persist. The studies point to the fact that there are gaps in ICT competences, limited infrastructure, weak technical support, and cultural resistance among faculty in particular, who are accustomed to traditional teaching philosophies. And this mixed reality makes it essential for us to examine what actually drives or hinders LMS effectiveness. Here, yeah, okay. Thank you very much. So that's about the background. So the purpose for this review was to synthesize empirical evidence so that we can better understand the factors that influence LMS perceptions in the Ghanaian higher education landscape. So the objectives are fivefold. One, to assess the human, technological, and institutional influences of LMSs, to examine how widely used models like the technology acceptance model or the UTOT apply in Ghana, and identify the enablers and barriers of LMS, and also to find the differences between the perceptions of faculty and students, and finally to explore the sociocultural context of LMSs, how they are used among these groups. Methodology. I use the Prisma systematic review design or format, and Prisma is the preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis 2020. In this, there are 3 steps in this format. First of all, you have to download the papers or articles that you want to review, and you must note how many there are, and in this case there are about 1,750. I used SciSpace software to download the papers, and then I did the selection based on the description. So initially I had to ignore about 655 of the articles based on the diagonal reading of the data that I downloaded. So after that, I had about 1,300 and something. And so further screening eliminated about 974 of the papers. Then I now had opportunity to download those that were eligible. And that's the second stage of screening. And so I had 121 papers to retrieve and go through, and now use my inclusion criteria, which are that the papers should be empirical, they should be focused on higher education in Ghana, and they must be focusing on LMS perceptions and the theoretical models that I was looking at. So after that, I had 47 papers to analyze, which I did thematically and comparatively. So the findings. The human factors appear to dominate the literature. Over 30 of the studies highlighted self-efficacy, digital literacy, and attitudes as key to shaping LMS use in Ghana. Faculty with prior ICT competences adopt LMSs more readily, while students with confidence in their digital skills engage more deeply. However, there are gaps, and these are very significant, especially among students where lack of ICT training reduces effective use. This tells us that this evidence strongly suggests that without targeted capacity building and digital literacy programs, adoption of LMSs will remain uneven, which we have heard since yesterday. Number 2 theme is on technological usability. And these also are major determinants of LMS effectiveness. About 25 of the studies confirm that ease of use, reliability, interface design directly influence satisfaction and adoption. However, many Ghanaian students report that there are difficulties with slow connectivity, system errors, and poor design. But interestingly, ease of use does not translate to perceived usefulness, especially among users who are experienced with ICT. So this also means that usability needs to be combined with meaningful content and reliability if LMSs are to be seen as effective. The sociocultural influences are less explored in the literature, even though they are very important for us. Approximately 15 of the research have shown that poor support, social norms, and institutional culture significantly shape adoption, especially for faculty. Some of the studies note strong resistance from lecturers who are more comfortable with traditional face-to-face teaching. This shows that beyond technology, culture and pedagogy must be considered. This is very important. Also, if we include participatory approaches where lecturers are actively involved in designing the LMS, the use of a LMS, this can help reduce resistance and encourage buy-in. Yesterday we heard from Dr. Hodges. He was talking about the Sakai LMS, how that educators are building for educators. So involving the lecturers in the designing of the interface may help better adoption and reduce resistance. Regarding institutional support, this is very decisive. Even from today's discussion here, institutional support is very decisive. More than 30 of the studies emphasize the need for technical assistance, training, and strong infrastructure. Reliable internet and adequate hardware are non-negotiable. You and I were here yesterday when Professor Sakai said that infrastructure and training are inseparable. And that's what the literature is saying. Unfortunately, many Ghanaian universities are facing gaps because of weak connectivity, outdated platforms, and insufficient professional development. Also, policies and incentives do matter, because without management commitment and support, LMS adoption becomes cosmetic and unsustainable. There are differences between the perceptions or the perspectives of students and lecturers. The review reveals that faculty generally report higher perceived pedagogical benefits, but they also complain about workload and infrastructure challenges. Students, on the other hand, emphasize usability and access issues, often citing poor connectivity and confusing interfaces. Few of the studies also systematically compare both groups in the same institutional context, and this calls for future research. This is a gap that calls for future research that should address conducting research only on the students or only on faculty or only within an institution or in an institution. In terms of the theoretical and practical implications, on the theoretical side, this study that I conducted reaffirms the value of the term and U-taught, but shows that they are insufficient on their own. The reason is that it's important to include the sociocultural and pedagogical factors if we want to take these into consideration. So when we are conducting research, we should look at these factors, integrating them into our models as we do our research. On the practical side, there are 4 priorities. 1, we need sustained digital literacy training and training for students and faculty. Number 2, there is need for robust infrastructure and technical support. 3, the need for deploying culturally sensitive strategies that address resistance. And 4, we need LMS platforms designed to align with pedagogy and instructional goals. Without these, LMS adoption risks being surface level only. In conclusion, the perceptions of LMS effectiveness in Ghana are shaped by a complex interplay of human, technological, sociocultural, and institutional factors. Ultimately, their goal is to enhance teaching and learning outcomes in Ghanaian universities through sustainable and inclusive LMS strategies. Thus, a holistic, context-sensitive approach is required to make LMS's adoption meaningful. And so for future research, I am recommending that we conduct more longitudinal studies so that we can track the changes over time, matching this with faculty and student comparisons and frameworks that fully incorporate the sociocultural realities. Thank you very much for listening.
Since you'll be answering questions or we'll be interactive, you can repeat
Yes.
Thank you. Let's give it up to them once again. Thank you, God, for doing it within the time specified. We are so grateful. Yeah, so you listen to her. Shall we now interact just for 5 minutes to make way for other presentations also? So we are spending the next 5 minutes to interact, contribute, ask questions on anything you wish to ask questions on. The floor is open. Thank you.
The study has confirmed what has happened here this week, yesterday and today, so to speak. But
and what is that, since I was not here to see that?
Lack of infrastructure.
Okay.
The interface is not being, it's sometimes friendly, but not taking into consideration the people who are already experienced and that therefore engaging the system or the tools in the system.
Okay.
Then the support. Many of the people were saying that training, and the literature suggests that training is important for adoption, of the LMS.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, this morning infrastructure is one of the issues that were raised, heavily. Okay. So that, for instance, if you are conducting examination for 20,000 people and the capacity is only 800, that's something that we need to.
There's trouble for you. Great. Thank you for throwing light. Any questions or contributions? Maybe. Okay, great. Let's hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc, for your presentation. That's a wonderful one. And did you come across literature concerning the reluctance of the faculty to consistently engage students for the lack of support from their institutional leadership as a result of policies from the institutions delineating students' access to the LMS, for the fact that institutions try to link their certain goals in terms of fees collection goals to access to the LMS. And for that matter, if you're a student and you haven't paid your fees, you cannot have access to the LMS. Lecturers having the desire to also accomplish their goals, to be able to cover the course outline within the semester, try to also avoid it so that they can still extend to their lecturers outside the LMS? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I didn't come across that finding that there's, because students, students have to pay their fees, register, and access the platform. That's what you are saying, because then they would be able to engage, the lecturers will engage the students in the platform. But that didn't come up in the findings, which means that that is also an area that we can conduct literature research on, so that we can contribute to the literature. So yes, that's it. That didn't come up. Yes. But the fact is that you and I are faculty members, so we know that when the students don't pay their fees, they cannot access the system, and that also prevents them from accessing the LMS in some universities, and not all of the universities. So our research that we are conducting currently, the one we are doing now, we need to look at that, and also look at the comparison between the private and the public, and see how it's working out there.
Okay.
Maybe because ours is in the Ghanaian context.
Let's make it brief because of that.
Sorry, because ours is in the Ghanaian context, I think the literature that you reviewed, you didn't touch on how many of the literature, the authors, come from Ghana.
I did only literature from the Ghanaian higher education landscape.
Wow.
And also from the some developing countries, similar conditions with Ghana.
Okay.
Yes, I just wanted to see, we are talking about Sakai.
Yeah.
10 years in Ghana.
Okay.
I have experienced Sakai. I've experienced Moodle.
Yeah.
I've currently, experiencing Canvas.
Okay.
So I wanted to look at what's happening within our landscape in the higher education, because even LMS is not used in secondary school. It's used in tertiary education systems.
Yes.
So I wanted to look at that, and I wanted to look at what has been done in terms of how we are using LMS in Ghana.
Okay.
Yes, so another research would be to look at what is happening elsewhere and compare to whether indeed infrastructure issues are happening elsewhere as well. But let me just chip in. Yesterday, I sent a WhatsApp, the data we collected, a follow-up to one of the interviewees, asking him that when he was in the US, he had a scholarship to go and do Ford Foundation outside, and he was using LMS. So I asked him whether they had connectivity issues there. And he said, no, there is no connectivity issue, but there may be system errors. I mean, system breakdowns and things, maintenance issues and things. Yes, but connectivity, no.
Are you done?
Yes, please.
Great, thank you.
There's a hand there.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Alaji, and I have been part of Sakai since its inception. I heard you talking about infrastructure. I can say on authority, like the University of Ghana, we don't have much challenge as far as infrastructure is concerned for the use of Sakai. Because at the student side, we have online, we have campus-wide wireless or Wi-Fi for connectivity. Fortunately for us, since last semester, Telesa has given every student data to use for connectivity. More so, our platform, when we started, we used to have challenge. But as at now, we are doing very, very well. Because I can say on authority that about 50% of University of Ghana examination is done on Sakai.
50%.
Yes. We used to have challenge on load balance, but now the load balance is working very well for us. Sakai shut down, all those things are not working, happening now. Okay. And we are doing very well. Okay. And most lecturers are even moving online at a faster speed. Because this semester, after the third week, we had IA every day on Sakai. So you can look at the number of students we have, but of course we have been able to cover. So for University of Ghana, we are doing well.
Okay.
Maybe what is not there is the will of the university support fully to move to the next level, okay, or making things compulsory for lecturers to use it. Because I heard a student telling me that, why is this lecturer not using Sakai? Although the course is there. right? If there's a policy enforcing everybody to go there, Sakai is one of the beautiful things I've ever across.
Yeah.
As a student, as a trainer, as an administrator, and as a user. Right?
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for the update. And,
Thank you. Yes,
so
thank you.
UG is doing very well. We are very happy about that. Other universities should also follow suit. But then you have just mentioned something, the social-cultural aspects. Some people are not coming on board because they are comfortable with the face-to-face. How do we encourage them? How do we incentivize them so that they come on board? That's the other issue that we need to be looking at.
Which I hope your future research would be looking at.
Exactly.
You mentioned in your recommendation that there should be longitudinal studies.
Yes.
And I was wondering, considering that your work, this current one is literature review, are you thinking of anchoring a longitudinal study on this
Yes.
foundation that you have
Yes.
so nicely laid already?
Yes.
Consider it
Yes.
if you haven't already.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Shall we
Thank
give it up to her once again? Oh, you have a question or a contribution just before you go. Thank you.
My name is Vivian Tete from D. About what you said, some of the students will walk inside the office and then said, I have problem with Sakai. So what is your problem? And I can't go to my Sakai page. So about the perception, there are still students who are still comfortable with the face-to-face and they don't even want to.
That's right. That's right.
To go to to use the online, the Sakai, this thing. So you ask the person, you have your PIN and your ID. Log in. They say, I can't do it. Some years back, I have a privilege to supervise an exam for the UGCS that time. It was the time that the student used to book before you write the exam. So I was asked to come and sit by one of the PC and check those students who book. I realized that about 45 to 50% of students who come to me, they didn't book. When I asked them, I said, they don't know how to do it. Why others have been able to do that? So those type of, we are talking about the perception. What are we doing about this type of students? Because irrespective of what you do, they don't want to.
Thank you. Madam, I think I can help you,
Thank you.
share a perspective on this one because I'm a faculty and a user of Sakai. What I do with my new students I'm teaching for the first time, is that I talk to them about Sakai. I create a deliberate platform to talk about Sakai. I tell them, for example, that the rest of your life on campus is going to depend on Sakai. You are going to take your exams on Sakai. You are going to do your lectures on Sakai, do discussions on Sakai, do so and so on Sakai. Then, in addition to that, I give them an opportunity to experience Sakai. So I usually call it trial. So I take one of the concepts I have taught them, then I create a few, about 10 or 15 questions that I input into Sakai, and then I take them through step by step how to log in, how to go to the assessment, and then I ask them to take it. I do all of that before I give them my first interim assessment. And this has proven to be helpful. I believe we can use it as one of the answers to your question.
Yes.
Whilst we listen to Doc again.
Very good, answer. And the other thing is to, as a member of staff, you also have to push, Sakai use. So you encourage them that they can do it.
Yes.
Find somebody, if you cannot do it, find somebody who can do it. So we are all mouthpieces of our universities, and we must ensure that we bring everybody on board. This way, we can also become developed. Because that student is supposed to be a digital native, and yet they are saying they cannot do it. So something is wrong somewhere, so help them. Don't shout at them. Don't tell them that you don't know anything. No, let's bring them all on board. Thank you very much.
Usually, one of the excuses they give is that they don't have a laptop, or they don't know, even if they have it, they don't have the digital literacy skills. I tell them, you don't need to be a typist. You don't need any sophisticated digital literacy skills to be able to take an exam on Sakai. And that even if you don't have a laptop, the exams on Sakai are taken at the computer labs provided by the university. So you have no problem about that. I think these are some of the ways we can deal with that. Thank you once again, Dr. Chiogbe, for helping us digest this one. We shall take our next presentation. Because not all of our presenters are currently present, we are not going in the order in which we are supposed to do it. I understand Miss Priska Siale. Who? Alaji's group. Okay. Madam Siale, please, let's take your presentation.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning or afternoon.
Yeah, so Madam, please, you have 15 minutes to present to us, and then we'll spend 5 minutes to digest whatever you present. Take it over.
Okay. My name is Priska once again from the Department of Adult Education. So today I'm speaking or presenting on accessibility, equity, and inclusion. You agree with me that Sakai has come far with us. It has helped us to navigate our ways. But what is the aim of this Sakai? So, where am I? Please, can someone help me? Yes, can I be helped, please?
This is to go back, this is to go forward.
Okay, I couldn't see the signs. So, we are looking at Sakai. I wouldn't bore you with the history anymore because all have been said yesterday. So this is just a literature review of Sakai, how far it has come with us, our student and faculty experiences, as well as looking at it from the lens of equity, accessibility, and inclusion. So you agree with me that the aim of Sakai, or what Sakai has come to help us, is to elevate us in digitization and also to try and bring everybody on board so that we wouldn't be left behind in this age of AI highly transcending. So I looked at a few articles, and then I would want to speak into it. So since 2014, the University of Ghana has adopted Sakai, and then it's been in use so far. What it has done, it has elevated our learning, it has brought about collaboration, and then the students, both students and faculty, are able to navigate their ways. But I want us to look at it from the global context. So I've done some few work looking at it, UNISA and North America and Europe. And then from my findings, or from my review, I realized that the issue of accessibility is quite low as compared to our context in Ghana here, because probably they are more advanced than us. And then the issue of inclusion and then equity is very low, looking at it from those aspects. However, that doesn't mean that there is no issue at all. There is still the underserved, just that it is very little as compared to the context of Ghana. So looking at it at the African or the Ghanaian context, the Sakai so far, or the LMS, the adoption, especially in University of Ghana, it has helped to accelerate studies, even though there are still barriers such as the connectivity and also faculty training, and then the underusage of some of the tools by both students and faculty. It has done a great work. We are looking at the pre-Sakai era. That's looking at it from the website, the models, as someone already said this morning, how you have to go through the physical aspects. But when Sakai came, how it was being used at the department or the distance education department. So Sakai has really helped the distance education department. That's where it began, and then it has spread through the whole school. And then it was dominant during the COVID-19 pandemic time. That was when it was dominant, and everybody has to come on board, as it was already discussed this morning. I would say that after our the plenary discussion this morning, I almost said it wasn't even necessary to do the presentation anymore, because it was like everything was already captured in the discussions. So we are looking at variations across some of the schools in this university. So we are looking at the engineering sciences. From our review, we realized that they record a good amount of positive. It's been good. And then even though some of them recorded that it was difficult at the beginning, but as our senior has said, when they are being taken through it at the early stage of their admission, they are able to walk through it successfully. We are looking at the School of Arts, the distance education. It looks as if the distance education department is perfect with this Sakai thing. I think probably it's because it's began with them. So it looks as if they know their way through it. They are good at using the tools. I think almost all the tools, I am from that department, and I can say that almost all the tools are being used there. The commons, the grade book, everything. Some of them, when we were introduced to, we didn't even know that it existed, or we didn't know their uses until it was introduced to us. So I can say in the whole of UG, the best, or so far, the department or the school that is well vested in this Sakai thing is the distance education department. So we are looking at some key challenges. We are looking at economic barriers, which came up as the first aspect. We know that there's been a lot of economic issues in Ghana. So, and most of our students are not regular or are not always on campus. But I think the school has done a great job in providing data for students. I think it began in 2019 when the COVID came. MTN, Vodafone, and now MTN providing data and internet connectivity. That has made it quite easier for us. And also the infrastructure disparities, looking at it from students that are on campus, they have more access to the facilities than those who are off campus. And not students alone. When we bring it to the aspect of the faculty or even our Sakai team. I think that they also need some form of infrastructure or resources that would aid the success of Sakai in the system infrastructurally. So we look at the digital literacy gaps. That is, this usually happens with the distance education student because most of them are adults, and then they are born before the digital era. So they find it very difficult to cope with this Sakai thing, and they are the ones always singing the complaint songs here and there. So those are the gaps. Those who are already privy to digitization or IT tools tend to perform better or tend to find it much easier navigating their way through Sakai than the other ones who are yet to. So I think that, as it has already been discussed this morning, a measure should be put in place to deal with them separately. Or better still, we go by what Doc just said, how he used to train the students before and even giving them sample work to do on Sakai to see how far they have gone before fully implementing it. And then we talk about the gender disparities. It looks as though from our review that the male students are much more confident and do more work in Sakai than the female students. So our key findings are the uneven accessibility practices. That's the tools on Sakai that are not even being used or people don't even know about it, not only students, but maybe some percentage of faculty. So I think a lot of training needs to be done in that aspect. And then we talk about the equity gaps. That is the connectivity limitations that I already spoke about, and then the variable institutional support and faculty workload pressure. That is the large enrollment increases. This is not my slide. So we come to the key recommendations. Improve accessibility, so mandatory faculty training. I think that has also been discussed this morning. And then we enhance equity. We have to create the environment that everybody, be it your ability, so that you can access it. That is bringing everybody on board, the undeserved and also the people, special people. And then we put in, include everybody, bringing everybody on board. And also, conclusion, I think my recommendation. So policy reform. We are looking at policy reform. It's our advice that they revisit the policies concerning Sakai or concerning all the LMS so that it can help everybody assess, or it can bring all on board. Probably the retreats that happen periodically should be consistent. And also we are looking at targeted training for both students, as Doc has already said, and then the infrastructure and also regional leadership. That we set a benchmark that would guide our work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello. Yes, thank you for that. Let us spend the next 5 minutes to now discuss what she has just presented. So your contributions, questions, suggestions, comments are welcome. Thank you. My understanding is that we have some participants online. So participants online, if you can hear, please join the discussion. If you have any question, indicate by using the hand raise option or type your question into the chat box and we will have it addressed for you. Thank you. Those in-house, the floor is open.
is a hand up.
Okay.
Thank you. Mine is just a comment. Although we are going to talk about it in our presentation, you're talking about the IT training gap for the students. In this university, we have training unit who is responsible for ICT training, and every student can go and take that course. It's free, right? And students are aware of this, so there's no excuse. Secondly, for distance education, we do orientation for them from beginning of the semester. We even do reorientation, right? So they are aware of all the things that we do here. So it's normally sometimes give excuse of not participating on this one. And this we do it online, right? So that gap, we are doing something about it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I also think that our attitude towards the training also counts. I just want to add to what you said. So if I join the training online and I decide to do something else or not pay attention, I think it will have to go against me. And then I think that amounts to students coming back to ask the very questions about the things that have already been discussed. So I think our attitudes should also be looked at.
Great. There's another question from this end.
Thank you. Given that you're presenting a review on accessibility, equity, and inclusion in Sakai LMS adoption at UG, what did you find with respect to inclusion as far as students with special needs, as far as they are concerned? Thank you.
Okay, so I think one of the articles spoke about Sakai not being very friendly to.
Okay.
Carry on, please.
Elijah wants to make an intervention. Let's listen to him.
Thank you. But maybe the article that you talk about is maybe old one, right? When we started Sakai, we didn't have any option for special needs. As I'm talking to you now, we have Sakai version for people with even blind students. They do exam online, and we have a lab for them at UGCS, right? So people with special needs, they do online examination. We give them a section, we give them enough time, and somebody to support them to do online. We have Sakai version of for the blind students. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, but because of those who are online, you need to speak into the mic.
Thank you very much, and good presentation. Okay, so with the needs, one thing I've also realized is, especially, sorry to say this, but colleagues from the distance education, most of them are matured and whatever. Are they willing to accept technology? That's the first question. I don't know whether you covered that part, where the person is not about the Sakai. It's just like, I'm not ready for technology. I'm not an IT person. We are used to where we would submit assignments via the hard copy. This time, you want me to sit with the PC, log in, and especially when they are writing exams, you'll be surprised that some people don't even know how to play with the keyboards. So it's just a matter of what they know. Basically, it's like, I click on next, then I get to the next question. But even how to even enter the password to begin assessment, you have to come to their aid. So my question is, we are bringing solutions to issues. Are we going deeper down to find out whether within our mindset, do we even know about the new technology before we start talking about a few people who would understand IT and they would quickly jump to new technology? Thank you.
So I think from what I have done so far, it came out that distance students, most of them, their attitude towards the technology is very low or very bad, in the aspect that they are aware, but they are not willing. And then the worst aspect is that because most of these things are done online, they get people to do it for them, or they group and then they do it. But I think it wouldn't be the best anyway because it is distance. But if they would have to enforce them to come and write exams on campus, you see that 90% of the distance students do not have any idea of how to use the digital tools or even to log into Sakai. So that is part of my finding. The distance students, most of them, they are aware, but they don't have the technical know-how, and they are not ready. They feel they cannot, or they are not even ready at all to take the action.
Okay.
Please, another
Thank
hand.
you. Dr. Chiogwe has a contribution. I'll take it and then come to you.
So, because of what Alaji said, I wanted to know what's the span of the literature you reviewed, from what year to which year?
From 2017
to
2023.
Okay.
I think 24.
2024.
Yes, last year.
So that's new. That's fairly new. That's 5 years or 6.
That's 7 years.
So that's
almost
fairly
7
new.
years.
So if you are saying that the literature is old, it means that we have not researched. We have not researched into the newer aspects of the tools that you are using currently, which we should be doing, so that we have the information, out there. Then your response to the fact that the DE students, their response to LMS is low, and that they should be, if they can come to campus. I thought they used to do at the centers. They go to the centers to write their exams. Are they not doing that anymore?
Are they still doing?
So if they are doing that, then
yes,
that is covered.
I've not cut you short, but I think this morning that issue even came up, that before the issue is one person have to start the process. So as the person is going through, everybody is looking onto the questions. So by the time the first person is done, they are privy to what is there, and then they get to do it.
That one has to do with the institution. Yes, online.
Yes.
Yeah.
Come to the examination lab and supervision.
Yeah. So.
The outside is not all that.
You can't
control it,
that one.
yes.
But if it is on site, yes.
Yes.
It's done online off-site. But the final examination is online on-site.
So this is also institutional issue that we are talking about.
Yes,
that elsewhere, every part of the examination is important, both formative and summative. So the institution must put in policies,
yes, please,
that will guide how examinations are conducted, whether it is IA or main examination, because at the end of the day, we are issuing a degree and it has to be credible.
Thank you. Let's take another comment.
Hello, thank you for your excellent presentation. Well, I want to speak from a personal perception or view. Over the years, we started with Sakai teaching these distance students, and I've realized that over the years they have become a bit comfortable. Yes. Unlike the previous times, they have become comfortable in using Sakai, so you don't hear the complaints too much as before. Well, somebody can say maybe when you give an assignment, they gather to do it, but I'm talking about the everyday use. Now they are comfortable using it. But I want to say that if we want to teach these people, the older ones, we shouldn't teach them online. We should let them come here on campus so that they will be taught. Because here's somebody who is not too comfortable with IT, and for the first time you want to teach him or her, you are doing it through online. Still, that fear will be there. Yes. But I believe that the institution should rather, bring them here, physically, and teach them or take them through then online. But they're willing, Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Indeed, something like that has been on my mind too. I've been thinking about what we can do as an institution to close the equity gap, to enhance inclusivity. And what I have in mind has partly been addressed by the last comment: institutional policies. I visited a university where all their gates are e-gates. What does that mean? You must necessarily have an ID to access, to enter and to come out. If you don't, you can't enter. So, if we too say you must necessarily have your lectures online using Sakai, or you must have your exams on Sakai, and the systems have been put in place, infrastructure is there, the training has been provided, support systems are there, why not? They will do it. And as you have said, some of them are willing, that's why their age, they are willing to do it. But the system supports or the policies are not there that will either incentivize them to do it or compel them to do it. So if we provide those things at the institutional level, I believe it will make a good case for us.
Yes, one last.
Yes, one last one. Then we'll go to the.
What you are saying.
Thank you.
It's also part of the recommendation. And I also believe that whatever we're considering, we should also consider the distance education via other campuses. You know, we have a variety of campuses currently. And the situation is just like some campuses are now getting structures, their IT lab and everything. So one thing I tutor do, so I got to realize that the opportunities are there. They only get to know that I can enroll with Eugene from wherever I am. But I remember when I was in level 100, I was not privileged because of maybe by then IT wasn't so known. So when I got to Legon, I realized that Eugene CS, they had, it wasn't compulsory. You just enroll to get to know the basis of IT. Then you get a certificate. So it was something everybody was doing. So it was the first time we got to even appreciate, especially if you heard about keyboard, if you don't know, and you get to know it from Legon. I think that has been silenced, especially from the distance other campuses. So if the way forward, we can look at that areas, because some would be willing. And I think where technology has also got into laptops and everything, you have to. So let's also consider the distance from various campuses. Yes, I think
since a smartphone is everywhere now, it should make it quite easier. Yes.
All right.
What do you say, Doc? I said since smartphone is everywhere now,
it should be possible. It should be possible. Thank you. Let's give it up to her again. Thank you, Ms. Priska, for helping us to digest this issue about inclusivity and access. We proceed. Our colleagues online, we thank you for joining. We thank you for listening in. Although we have not yet received any contribution from you, we are grateful you are with us. We are proceeding and we are taking our next presentation. It is going to be on the topic e-capacity building in online or distance education, the case of University of Ghana. And this is going to be presented by the Alhaji himself, the Alhaji of Sakai. Shall we give it up to him and invite Alhaji and his team to do justice to that? As usual, 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm here with my co-pilot. Abena. So for the next thing, we are going to take you through the e-capacity building. And I want to say something before we start. This is not part of my 15 minutes. For distance education, at a point, we used to go to the center to train them. Okay. Come up. We used to go to the center to train them. The basic IT tools, Word, Excel, and the rest. But at a point, we had to stop because of few challenges. So we're advocating that the DE should come up with another. You know what you used to pay for, because you travel from here to that place. Small amount for us to train them. And also doing reorientation. We used to go to all the centers, go and rent them to university policies and all the things, library usage and all the things they have to know, as far as Sakai is concerned. So that is that. The next 15 minutes, as I said, myself, Dr. Cedi and Abuna will take you through e-capacity building. We are looking at the online version because after COVID, it has come to stay. And I know most of you lecturers, like my sister here, she likes online teaching. Auntie Agole, yes, yes.
Okay, so for this presentation, we are going to be looking at what e-capacity building is, e-quality assurance, capacity gap, mode of online capacity building, emerging tools for online capacity building, affordances of online tools, iron triangle, UG Sakai in action, UG distance education, and then opportunities and challenges.
Thank you.
So for capacity building, UNDP 1994 defines it as the ability of individuals, organizations, and societies to perform functions, solve problems, and set and achieve goals. Capacity building in e-learning was given official sanction by the 2005 World Summit on the Information Society, which gave strong encouragement to properly resource national strategies for ICT integration in education.
Okay, so when you look at the image there, look at how people are enjoying what e-learning. So wherever you are, that's why I love online teaching and learning. Very flexible, wherever you are, it's accessible, right? So let's agree that.
What is e-capacity building? E-capacity building is defined as the process of developing and strengthening the skills, instincts, abilities, processes, and resources that organizations and communities need to survive, adapt, and thrive in a fast-changing world through electronic devices.
So let's look at the image there. It involves what? Training, learning, knowledge building, support, development of knowledge, coaching, and what? Skills development. And this one is very effective and very accommodating. That's why most of our lecturers prefer even not to come to campus and what? Enjoy their teaching on their bed, having lunch and coffee break and teaching and so on and so forth.
UND capacity measurement framework. The process of capacity development is intended to enable an institution to move from an existing state to a higher state of capacity, which then enables it to contribute to human development.
The last part, contribute to human development, right? At first, people were cut off from not having access to what? Teaching and learning or online development. But now, because of this e-capacity burden, you can easily what? Even when you go online, like Coursera and the rest, you can take your own course comfortably and gain the skills and show a certificate for job. Thank you.
Okay. A history of online education. So online education began in 1982. The Western Behavioral Sciences Institute used computer conferencing to provide a distance education program for business executives. Then until 2020, when COVID-19 became pandemic, and then there was every college and university as well needed conferences, meetings, and workshops to switch to online rather than in person.
Okay, so this was there already before COVID-19. But COVID-19 came to force us to go online, and we are enjoying it. Now conferences, meetings, I know in the University of Ghana, but 80% of meetings are online. Because university is afraid of even spending on food. So you can sit in your office and take part in there. Even now, academic, what do you call it? Academic meeting, what do you call it? Board meetings are done online, right? Appointment meetings are done online. Even interviews. Online. Don't you like this? What do you need? Right? So let's take that.
Types of e-capacity gap in education. We have the instructional design capacity gap, the production capacity gap, the tutorial capacity gap, and then community capacity building gap.
Good. Let me talk about the first one. University is supposed to have 5 instructional designers, but only me and Kasapa were supposed to be one. I doing the whole work for the whole university. And each one should have its team. Like College of Education, you have one. Humanities, you have one person in a team. But we're only 2 people with 1 person supporting us. So you see that the gap is very, very big. And every university should have this team to support their online teaching and learning. Because when you go to abroad, big universities, those serious ones, they have a whole center. Open University of Malaysia has 60 staff. In the student design unit, 60 staff who are supporting the university. But we have only 3 people in the department. With 80,000 students and 6,000 staff, you can imagine.
Equality assurance, the case of University of Ghana, course standards, course design templates, course site evaluation, the case of Sakai LMS, and then students' lecture evaluation.
Okay. So for the course standards, the University of Ghana Quality Assurance Unit has come up with a template for course design, for syllabus and course content, which is given to all lecturers. It's very effective, very helpful. You don't have to struggle to guess how to format your course site. And once you have it, you can easily send export to Sakai, right? Then we have course site evaluation. University of Ghana, Quality Assurance, they are on every course of Sakai. So they monitor and police whatever we do. And I heard it's going to even form part of a promotion. Whatever you do there is going to be tied to promotion. That's the new policy coming up now. So if you're not actively involved on Sakai, when you get there, they'll question you. So take it a point. So lecture evaluation, one of the key things I like this one. Students have opportunity to evaluate or to assess their lecturers. And to shape the lecture to do better or define their course content in the next semester or in future.
Mode of online capacity building. We have synchronous and asynchronous, and then under asynchronous we have hybrid, blended, and then flipped.
Good. Most of our meetings are done using synchronous, and most lectures are done synchronous. And COVID time we did fully online training, which is synchronous. And I'm happy to tell you that even Doctoral Academy, PADA, we did a fully online with the support of Kasapa, Eko, and the rest. And they were very happy because at the first, it was very difficult for them to assess. How can you do online teaching for the whole Africa? Which they didn't understand. But myself and Prof and the team said that we'll do it, and we did it. And we had a higher response during the evaluation. So that's the way to go. So we have hybrid. Hybrid is whereby you can have, once we are here, others are joining online, it's a hybrid. And normally we do that one for when we get to the end of the semester, we do training for staff, how they can do the assessment of Sakai, and how they can use Prep AI, which is AI tool, to generate multiple choice questions. And every semester we do that one, it's very helpful. And my friend here is enjoying it, Papa. So those who are not in the University of Ghana, come and learn from us. We come and charge you small money, we come and do it for you. We like money and we love money.
Okay.
Flipped classroom is approach which is basically used by distance education. By the time students get to class or school opens, the material is already there. And Kasapa and his team have done a very good job with Juan here and other staff, including myself. And we have very nice interactive course site. It even entices you to go and learn. Very lovely. The next thing is getting videos, short ones. Now we are getting AI tools. You can even take image of a lecturer, take your course material, develop a video. If that will be talking to the video yourself. That's what we are going to do next. It's our next stage of what? Santiago will get ready. I come and take a picture of you. Then you put your materials there. Because you are my friend for a long time, you have to mention your name. So that's all that I remember you. We are friends from long time ago. Yes. You have gone far.
The pointer.
Oh, sorry. But I can't be pointing. You point. So.
Okay. Okay. Hey. 5 minutes. Emerging tools for e-capacity building. We have meeting tools such as Zoom and MS Teams, learning management systems. We have Sakai, massive open online, MOOCs, online data collection application, Google Forms, collaboration tools, AI and virtual reality, social media.
Good. These are the tools that you normally use. Well, I want to talk about this one. Affordance of a tool. Now, before you go for any tool, oh, okay, sorry. Okay, before you go for any tool for your institution, look for affordances. Sakai is affordable. We have been able to upgrade it every year. Now we have the latest version of Sakai, right? It's great personal learning, assessment, and it's very interactive. So let's look at
the meeting tools. The case of University of Ghana. During the COVID-19, University of Ghana was using Zoom, and after COVID-19, we are using Microsoft Teams.
Because we have a license now. Yeah. Zoom was being paid for, but the Microsoft, we have a license now, so we are not worrying ourselves.
And then learning management system.
Let's jump this one, because everybody has talked about this one. Okay. Our time will not. These are examples of learning management system. MOOCs. Okay. MOOCs is something that you have to embrace it. If you want to learn something new, go to MOOCs. And we have sites like Coursera, we have edX, Udemy, and so there are many of them now. Take free courses, upgrade yourself. It will help you. We have become where we are because of these MOOCs. Free courses, right?
Yes. Okay. And then online data collection applications. We have SurveyMonkey, Google Forms, Microsoft Forms, and Survey Solutions.
And all this one skill about during the COVID time, for us what? Use for users and so forth. Okay.
Then we have UG Sakai in action. Training on faculty and students, course registration, MIS to LMS, course design, bring your course for development, course delivery, every course on Sakai, assessment, online, on-site, online, off-site, take home, and then Turnitin, and then evaluation.
So for training of faculty, as you have said, we have been able to train all our students and faculty how to use Sakai. Those who are not willing to do it, we can't force them. The university will force them to do it. For the course, now we are able to integrate MIS to thanks to the Sakai administration or the Sakai administration team. Now, when students register on Sakai, MIS automatically move to Sakai. So every course is Sakai now, right? Yes. Let's jump to assessment. As I said, we have what? Online on-site examination, which is happening in University of Ghana a lot. And lecturers are enjoying it. If we have 3,000 students like UGBS 1404, commercial law, more than 3,000 students, how are you going to mark all this one by one? Sakai, put the questions, the 500 questions, answer your results, you are gone.
Okay. Then we have UG distance education. We have the student support unit, which trains students on how to use Sakai. We have material development where our lecturers are able to put their course on it. And the material development unit also provides training for our course writers. Then we have course delivery, tutors training, how to go about your teaching and learning on Sakai. Then DE centers, there are centers all over.
That support distance education students.
Yes.
Okay, this one. It wasn't part of my presentation, but I just chip it in. I'm happy to tell you that University of Ghana, ITD, we have been able to secure a grant of over 2 million cedis to set up a multimedia lab. This gentleman, we are using that lab. We have bought equipment for them for multimedia production. We also have a teaching edutech lab. It's open to every faculty and graduate students at UGCS. We have AI tools available for you to come and use it. We're also developing a hybrid conference room. So we could have had maybe this conference there, a very comfortable one, with soundproof in our building. And we are developing capacity. We have done one phase, first phase, second phase. The third phase, we are going to do it. So when we see the advert, please come on board and come and enjoy free training. We're also going to do one for commercial purposes, for outsiders to come and pay and what? Okay, thank you. Our time is up.
The benefits of e-capacity building, the iron triangle. So e-capacity building is accessible, is of high quality, and then it's cost effective.
Good. Let's jump.
Okay. Benefits of e-capacity building is flexible, it reduces cost, there is more free time, increased course variety, career advancement opportunities, personalized education, enhanced time management skills.
Good.
Then the challenges, internet connectivity, online learning may create a sense of isolation. Everyone learns in their own manner. It requires self-discipline. It requires additional training for instructors. Online classes are prone to technical issues, and then online learning means more screen time.
Yes. What about only two? The self-discipline. Our students, they join and what? Run away. So we have a skill for online teaching. When you go to Coursera, we are found to teach online. Please take that course. Now, another course called Learning How to Learn. You have to understand learning. You can teach people to understand. First, you don't do what, you also go and take that course. My students take that course as part of their course activities. And you write a report and get marks out of it. I know you did it, Professor Ibe's PhD class. Good. Very, very effective. So they will learn something new. It will help. That's why the new students, they have to understand how to learn. Because of their background, right? Thank you. So something to take home. You know, our time is up.
Yes. So according to David Guronick, May 2023, he says that with technologies that provide personalized, engaging, and flexible learning experience, online learning offers more than just traditional Zoom classes. The use of different technologies that are constantly evolving, such as virtual reality and AI, make online learning a door to even greater opportunities for learning.
So let's just, who are using only Zoom to teach? We are not doing fully online. We are doing 1%. It's like face-to-face. As far as I have it like Sakai, other tools that can help you. Now I have AI tools for everything that you want to do. I even saw an AI tool. When it took, please explain what the LMS, it will tell you as a human being. Yes, straight away. Even your phone can make whatever you do. Right? So let's take opportunity of this one and move on. Don't waste your time, go and do more research, write articles. It's in front of you. You can get everything for it. You have the knowledge. Even prompting is a skill that you have to get. So I don't believe that people say AI is not good. No. Once you can prompt, it's your skill, it's critical thinking. Right? If you don't have, you cannot prompt to get good results. So let's use AI to move fast. Chinese people that have gotten professors because of AI. We didn't know. Before COVID, they were using AI. We have just gotten it. And they are all professors. Hospitals, AI. Driving, AI. Everything is AI. Our watch is AI. Right? So what are you waiting for? Let's grab it and move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alajin and team, for doing that one. I believe your capacity has been built E-wise. Let's take some interactions. Okay, let me start from here. Alaji's friend.
My name is Dr. Kwelotu. Anyway, Alaji, thank you for the excellent presentation, and my daughter too. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Doc. So I'm so happy about your last part, where you encourage us to go into AI. But I realized that here we don't. The university hasn't gotten any significant policy in place in using AI. It's coming. It's all right, okay. Because I know some universities are now, fully using it in everything. And this morning I had a discussion with a professor from the US, and he was saying that whether we like it or not, now that is what is in. I mean, it's in now that everybody is using it. If we don't take time to get into the train, then we'll be left behind. And he was even saying that I think there's this two AI Gemini. Yeah. He says you could use it as if it's sitting right in front of you to give you everything. So now what the world is looking at, or these developed countries are looking at now, is about critical thinking and also emotional intelligence. But now AI is in. And I'm happy you have said it, and also the university is coming up with AI. I'll come and learn the Gemini, okay?
Come to the lab. Yeah.
I'll come and see you.
No worry, you don't have
Thank
to.
you.
Let me give you a little secret.
And pay the appropriate fees.
Those of you who,
thank you. That's
who
just
develop
by the way.
the DE content, don't worry yourself. You can use one day to get everything. We used to go to voice training, although it's pinned because we're no longer going to enjoy ourselves there, right? But you can use just one day to develop all your course materials and go and take your money. Now it's money, so use the time to get money. You have more time to do other things.
Thank you. Let's take another question.
But integrity is very important. We have to inform or say what we. For instance, I said that I use Scite for my review because that voluminous amount of data cannot be done, in just a short space of time. But AI software, and I just want to also contribute that as faculty we must subscribe to some of the sites, so that you can have access, because the normal free won't give you much. But once you can subscribe, you can do a lot. I always subscribe to either Grammarly or Quillbot for my writing. And then I now have found Scite. I don't know how many of us faculty who know Scite.
Look for Magic School. Magic School.
Yes, there are others. So what I'm saying is that let's pay a bit. The bra is not only to go and buy a house or build a house or get a car. You need to develop yourself.
It's out of print.
Yeah, it's out of print. So please let us do well to buy into the AI is the way to go. If you don't learn prompting, you cannot get good results from AI. Thank you.
And we teach prompt engineering at our end.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Atiogbe. You made very important points. The bit about ethics, and then the bit about us lecturers spending some bit of amount to subscribe. That is where the meat is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Alaji. My question has to do with the course design. In my research, the presentation I did yesterday, it came out that I'm at Accra Technical University. But yes, but the responses had to do with both private university faculty and students, and then public university faculty and students. So some of the responses were that the faculty, most of them are now resorting to alternative communication channels, because when they upload their courses, the course description and other things, when the materials, when they load it on the LMS, at the end of the semester, IT deletes everything, and the next academic year or the next semester, the next academic year, they have to send their materials there again. So it's demotivating, because you invest much time in developing your course description and course outline for the semester. So is it so with Sakai and then UG? And what do you think is the reason behind that, even though you are not at Accra Technical University?
Okay, so the answer is simple. We have proprietor-based LMS and open source. Okay. The open source, Sakai, we have Sakai trial. It's only a year, one academic year. So every year you cannot have the same platform. You have to create a new one. But our Sakai is hosted locally. We have a local service. We run everything on our intranet as well as for the internet. So every semester, what I do is I have one master's program, my material from 2018. Every semester I have to every year I just import from the old site to the new site. Now I'm ready with the new material that I have. So less than 30 minutes, I'll be able to finish everything, right? So our case is easy. But other institutions, because they don't have the proprietary, it's very expensive, I can tell you. And we have trained, we used to pay for Sakai, but now we have trained our technical guys in such a way that everything is done locally. We don't pay anything to anybody anymore. Apart from telling which you are subscribing, right? Thank you. So they can come and see us. We can even give Sakai version to them. They give us some small money.
Thank you. Permit me to remind our online participants that we are discussing in the next 2 minutes or so. We should end this discussion. So if they have any comments, questions, they can also bring it up. We take another question or comment in-house.
Thank you, Alaji, for the presentation and your team. When you were talking about the e-capacity gaps, you talked about the human resource deficits as far as instructional design. But can you throw a bit more light on the community building gap here at UG? Thank you.
Okay, sorry. What I've realized is that, that's why we even captured that one. The level hundreds, when they come, although we have a facility for them to come and learn how to what? Use Sakai, they don't show up. So do the examination, even mouse click, very difficult. For 21st century learner, it's a very big challenge. I've been talking to the training unit to organize face-to-face for them. Because online, they don't participate. So maybe, and when we came, I was part of training. In fact, I was the first person to be employed in the training unit, right? We were doing face-to-face, and it was very massive. So we have to bring it back to enforce students to do it, because we were told that there should be a policy that if you don't take an IT course, you won't graduate. Right? If there's something to force students, you can even add it to the UGRC courses. It's very important, because some of the courses at the UGRC is not all that important than what? IT. Without IT, you are nobody, I'm telling you. And IT can give you more money. Money, more. Yes. You're welcome.
That is free information. He who has ears, let them hear what the Spirit is saying. Shall we take our last comment or question?
Just to add to Alaji, thank you for this. I've been waiting for this last statement you made. With the experiences, I think the university should also understand that I can't even understand why I graduate, then you tell me to do something small with IT, then the person is found wanting. And we just say, oh, I have certificate, but I can't use the PC and everything. So we should bring it back, as you said, and we should also implement a policy that makes you look like it's supposed to be part, even if it's a free and you'll be great with it, it's supposed to even reflect. Then they would accept that, and I'm sure with some few years, everybody wouldn't be left out. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that one also. And I also think that whilst we wait for central administration to bring a university-wide policy, we in our individual capacities as faculty in particular can also either in a subtle way or by force compel our learners to embrace this IT. If, for example, I am teaching you and I put my every course information on Sakai, and I tell you that I am delivering this course on Sakai, you have no option than to get on board to learn it. But if myself, I am doing dilly-dally, whether I go forward or I come back, then the students will behave in a similar way. Once again, colleagues, shall we put our hands together for Alaji and his team for shedding light on this very important topic. Thank you. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Our time is up, and I have indications that our other presenters are not here, but just to be sure, Professor Trefo and team, are you here? No. Dr. Kosoko Oyedeko, is he here? No. Dr. Enchiamensa and team. Okay. Thank you for making my work very simple. and audience participants, both online and in-house, I would like to thank you very sincerely for joining this theme and session, for your contributions, your questions, particularly to the presenters for your interesting, very interesting presentations and the things that you have shed light on. I believe you are leaving here empowered or equipped with some information that you are going to use. And remember, when you utilize the information and you get the money, remember that I was your moderator. And then look for me. Look for me. I'm in the Department of Teacher Education, and you will find me and share part of the booty. Oh, okay. I'm getting the indication that Professor Chirifo's representative is around. Shall we have them? Okay. Kindly indulge us briefly. Let's be sure of what information I'm getting before we decide to either disperse or stay on for an additional minute. IT team, do you have music? Can you share some soft music to fill the space whilst we wait?
on the 10 years anniversary of Sakai at 10 conference. I believe you've all taken nuggets of important information for those of us as researchers, those authorities to make some changes, especially investment in Sakai. Everybody has a role to play. And I believe as we go today, we will not relent in our effort. We still push Sakai in making it even much more than what we are experiencing now. So we'll continue the program by having a quick recap of the day. So we invite the Vice Chair of the Planning Committee, Dr. Yvette Osha, to give us that.
Thank you very much, Dr. MC. Pro-VC Reid, faculty, deans, colleagues, friends, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It has been an insightful day and a successful day as well. Today we had a plenary session. It was quite insightful. The panelists, they shared their experiences regarding the usage of Sakai. And then the audience also contributed in terms of the benefits of using Sakai in the university, as well as the challenges that are encountered. And then there were some few suggestions and recommendations in terms of investing in infrastructure and then capacity building of faculty. The breakout sessions were also insightful and engaging. As I go around the rooms, I saw that there were contributions and suggestions made for presenters to incorporate and input into their work. We appreciate all of you, your contributions, your presence, for making the day a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. We will continue by inviting our chairperson who wasn't here yesterday, but thankfully he is represented today. He is in the person of Professor Felix Asante. He is the Pro-Vice VC of the university. So, Mr. Chair, permission for you to give us the closing remark.
Thank you very much. Representatives of the provost of the College of Education, deans, directors, and heads of department, chairperson and members of the planning committee. I don't know whether it's a male or female, so to be on the safe side, chairperson and members of the planning committee, faculty, staff, esteemed guests, partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is with great pleasure and profound gratitude that I address you as we conclude a remarkable two-day blended international conference commemorating the 10th anniversary of the Sakai Learning Management System here at the University of Ghana. Over these 2 days, we have not only celebrated Sakai's journey, but also reflected deeply on the role of digital learning and engaged in thoughtful dialogue on the transformative potential of open source technology in higher education. In fact, I was sitting with the chairman and the remarks that you gave, I said, I was interested in knowing the capacity building and whatever you said. But the chair has assured me that there's a communique. As for communique, when it comes, it's for the whole world. But fine, I'll wait for that. Because my responsibility as research, innovation, and development, I have to find a way of supporting some of this learning management system that uses IT, and IT falls under my portfolio. So I would have been very happy and taxed me that this one is dear to your heart. But I'll get the communique. The communique is to the university. Through me. Okay. The conference, okay, thank you very much. The conference began yesterday with inspiring welcome and opening remarks, as well as a compelling keynote address by Dr. Wilman Hodges. Thank you very much for making time and staying with us throughout the conference period, whose insights reaffirmed the enduring vision of Sakai as a collaborative learning tool and challenged us to pursue innovation with purpose. The subsequent breakout sessions offered a rich exploration of Sakai's impact, reflecting on its critical role in sustaining teaching, learning, and academic continuity, particularly through the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. These discussions underscore the platform's enduring value and its capacity to adapting to the evolving needs of our academic community. Today, we build on the strong foundation. The plenary session provided a platform for faculty, students, and administrators to share their first-hand experiences, the triumphs, the hurdles, and the opportunities that Sakai Learning Management System has enabled. This was followed by a series of insightful breakout sessions, which delved into critical themes: accessibility, equity and inclusion, and the integration of artificial intelligence, the potential of immense technologies, and the broader pedagogical implications of learning, of digital learning. Together, these conversations have illuminated the remarkable progress we have made and the boundless possibilities that lie ahead. Yesterday, we had a corporate institution donating 10 high-speed computers with accessories to our assistive technology unit. And I'm hoping that the donation was made by Ghana Gas. That was why I had to miss this. This was also important, but that was also very important. So I'm hoping that the work that's throughout is being used at the assistive technology unit. So I'm hoping that the Sakai team, father of Sakai, you also see how best those who need assistance in terms of certain disabilities, they can also get to use Sakai to the best of their ability. This conference has provided evidence of the transformative potential of the Sakai Learning Management System and our vision to achieve global impact through innovative research, teaching, and learning. Using a technology-driven to achieve global impact through innovative research, teaching, and learning. Using a technology-driven and people-centered approach. The contributions of our presenters, moderators, and participants have not only celebrated a decade of achievement, but also charted a course for strengthening digital learning in teaching, research, and capacity building in Ghana and across the globe. On behalf of the University of Ghana and on behalf of management, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators, and presenters, whose expertise and dedication have enriched the conference. Furthermore, to our sponsors and partners, the university expresses its appreciation for your partnership, which is priority 4 of our University of Ghana strategic plan. We also thank the planning committee. Your hard work and commitment have been instrumental in making this milestone event a resounding success. Lastly, to each of you, whether joining us here in Accra or connecting online, your engagement and insights have made this celebration truly memorable. As we bring this conference to a close, let us carry forward the lessons, inspirations, and renewed sense of purpose we have gained. The past decade of Sakai Learning Management Systems journey has laid a robust foundation. The decade ahead calls for even greater ambition, innovation, and a steadfast commitment to inclusive, equitable, and transformative digital learning. Thank you all for your active participation and steadfast commitment. Thank you for your attention.
That was very direct to the point. Please, let's give our Pro-VC a hand again for that very impressive and insightful closing remarks. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Pro-Vice Chancellor, We are glad that you are here. We want to give you just a brief insight into the communique that will be coming to your table. It is the observation and the decision of this conference that the University of Ghana should make a deliberate effort to expand learning management system infrastructure of this university. It's sad to have a 75,000 student population, but just have about 550 computers in total on campus. We will be expecting that your intentional effort would increase this number to a minimum of 15 to 20,000 for if we need to be. Please clap for me for that. Pro-Vice Chancellor, since you are the heart of management, please listen to this. In our effort to meet the new strategic plans for our great university, we are of the view that the learning management system, Sakai, that was the answer to University of Ghana's COVID remedial and strategic solution that brought us to where we are today. The university, as a matter of policy, should elevate the learning management system into a directorate with a director, and the rest will come into a director, so that there will be intentional, directed budgetary provision to expand the learning management system, so the University of Ghana can pride herself as a leading research institution. Because without an effective management system, we may not be able to attain the goal of an effective a leader in research and innovation. On this note, we want to particularly and singularly extend our gratitude to you and your office as one of our key sponsors for this conference. Please, let's give him a hand. Your commitment to innovation is unmatched, and you don't have a classmate. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Pro-Vice Chancellor, for coming. We would also, at this point, would want to acknowledge our other sponsors. Professor, it's Gainfood online. So if you can put one of our sponsors online for a minute comment, Gainfood Academy, please, let's take him live from the United States, right? From Washington, D.C., close to President Donald Trump. Yeah, I need to add Donald Trump.
All right. Good afternoon, all. Yeah, on this joyous occasion of the 10th anniversary of Sakai Learning Management System at the University of Ghana, I extend a heartfelt congratulations. This milestone is a testament of the university's vision, resilience, and leadership in harnessing technology to transform teaching and learning. Sakai has not only connected students and faculty, but it has also sustained academic life through challenging times, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. We stand with you in pride and solidarity in celebrating a decade of impact and progress, and look forward to an even greater achievement in the years ahead. Congratulations, and long live the spirit of academic excellence at the University of Ghana. Thank you.
So Gainfood Academy, our congratulations and gratitude for your kind sponsorship of the 10th anniversary celebration of the Sakai experience here at University of Ghana. Thank you for coming. We'd also want to extend our gratitude to the College of Education, University of Ghana, the Department of Economics, University of Ghana, Information Technology Directorate, University of Ghana. We also would want to recognize the Office of the Pro-Vice Chancellor, ASA, University of Ghana. We recognize the School of Law, University of Ghana, the Business School, University of Ghana, we also want to put on record the contribution of the Center for Teaching and Learning Innovations here at the University of Ghana. And then, last but not the least, the team, the technical team that sustained, guided us, and ensured that we had a very smooth conference. Please, let's give them a hand. Mr. Chairman, you have already done the appreciation for us, so we will continue to recognize the tireless effort of the team that ensured that the 10th anniversary was well documented and celebrated, and hoping that this milestone would drive the university's march towards excellence in future. It's led by none other than the father of Sakai, Professor Ohiniba Cedi. The chairman was ably assisted by the UG Press ensured that we have this document. It's on record. I acknowledge them. The Vice Chair, Dr. Asha, where are you? Please, let's appreciate her. We call her our landlord, the school administrator. Please. The head of department, Professor Amponsa. Let's recognize him. We also want to recognize Professor Baini, Kofi Isaac Baini, head of department. We also want to recognize Professor Enusa. We recognize the effort of Mr. Kasapa. Where are you? Kasapa at the back there. Alaji, please. Mrs. Thompson, where is she? She's working, ensuring that we get ready for lunch. Trinity, the account officer, ensuring that we are able to account for the resources that we have. And Madam Agnes, where is she? Our liaison. Agi, congratulations. Ensuring that information from us to the management is well taken care of. Please, have I left anybody out? Yourself. It happens. So, Mike, and then also I want to recognize Godfred Luma. Where is Godfred? Godfred, congratulations. We are grateful. Ebenezer, Miss Aqua, we are grateful. Thank you. And then my MC, the MC, please, let's recognize you. Dr. Ama Edumafo. And to all participants who are present here, please give yourself a hand. To our very insightful, knowledgeable, I'm coming to her finally. Yeah. And to all our resource persons and presenters, facilitators, moderators, we say Aiko, and we are very grateful. To draw down the curtain, our final gratitude to the Most High God who has given us life and made it possible for us to see the light of today. But before we exit, the Dean, number one. I know she will hit my back, but I'll say it. The Dean, who is the host of this conference, Professor Olivia Kwapong. A pioneer of the Sakai and a student of Sakai who is now a professor. Please, let's give her a hand. We also want to recognize that yesterday, Mr. Nkansa was here to deputize on behalf of the Vice Chancellor. We extend our gratitude to him for his time and for the Vice Chancellor for allowing Mr. Nkansa to stand in his stead. We are very grateful. We also want to put on record, we recognize the support of the Provost who delegated Professor Abner Benin, to stand in for him at the opening of the conference. To the media that were present, to the caterer that is taking care of us, and to the management and the support staff of this conference center that ensure that the washrooms are very clean for us to take care of ourselves privately, and to all of us and to the university for supporting and allowing us to host this conference. We are very grateful. And to our international guest speaker who gave us the historical journey of how Sakai came into being the last 20 years. We say thank you to all of you for coming. We would present the communique on your behalf, and we expect that the University of Ghana would be doing the needful to ensure that after 10 years, what next in the next 10 years, we will leave a legacy for learning and innovation and research here at the University of Ghana through the effort of Sakai. On this note, yes, on this note, the evaluation form is on the screen. Please pick up your phone, scan. I want to see all phones up now at this point in time. Just draw your phone. You don't have data. Okay, I'll give you data. If you don't have data, I'll give you data. On this note, on our behalf, on behalf of the chairman of the planning committee, Professor Hinba Sechi, our gratitude to all of us for making this first edition a great success. Thank you, and God bless us all. So we will move for a group photograph with the Pro-BC. We will move to the stair. Yes. So we'll all move back through the back door and have the group photograph. Let's do this very quickly. Please, can we go for the